In 2019, I made a response to Miniature Nerd's video, Fallout 3 is better than you think. Overall, his video was really bad, with very few valid or accurate points. Throughout his video, John had made many fallacious arguments and blatantly false statements. He removed context that was inconvenient to his arguments. He even straight up invented things in order to make Fallout 3 look better than New Vegas. And at his worst, he misrepresented what other YouTubers had said in order to make them look foolish and wrong. Overall, it came off as a really desperate, in defense of type video, where he spent much of the video trying to defend Fallout 3 from any and all criticism, even turning what few criticisms he admitted around into positives, rather than actually talking about why he personally liked it, or any legitimate positives the game might have had, while at the same time, he took quite a few inaccurate shots at New Vegas in an attempt to make Fallout 3 look better by comparison. Just to give a few examples of what I mean here, I'm going to start with a rock-solid, ironclad, irrefutable example here. He said what the developers tutorialize first is what they think is most important to their game. Now, ignoring the fact that's completely false, he then goes on to say that Fallout 3 has dialogue come before shooting, which is true, but that New Vegas tutorialized shooting before skill checks. So also ignoring the fact that there's regular dialogue in Doc Mitchell's house anyways, just like the vault in Fallout 3, there's actually no less than 4 possible skill checks in his house, the very first room of the entire game. He is factually, objectively wrong in saying that New Vegas tutorializes shooting first, and that skill checks only come in quite a bit down the line, especially when the combat tutorial is optional. I don't know how or why he would get something so simple wrong. He additionally claims that Legate Lanius is just some guy who isn't that important and doesn't affect the plot much, even using a quote from Ulysses in Lonesome Road, in which he says that it might not even be the same man under the mask, but he misunderstands the point of Lanius and why he's handled the way he was, that he's supposed to be a symbol to the Legion. The myth and history of what Lanius is more important than who he is, and this information is given in the very same set of dialogue from Ulysses as the quote John uses to support his argument. In what I believe to be a really dirty and disingenuous move, he frames an argument that Indigo Gaming made regarding Fallout 3 limiting choice as being completely invalid by taking its quote and applying it to a different part of the game, where Indigo had referred to Lamplight specifically, where combat and aggressive action of any kind is completely stripped out of the game. John had gone in-depth on another quest that does have a bit of choice and quoting Indigo Gaming verbatim, and even using a tone of voice to imply the very notion of what Indigo had said was absurd and ridiculous.
But for now, honestly, does that quest full of alternative solutions, dark themes and grey moral questions sound antithetical to the very core of Fallout games?
John also completely invents the idea that Megaton's food source is the 3 entire mole rats that spawn behind the town, even though there's absolutely nothing in the game to reference or imply that this is the case. There's no one who hunts them, there's no one who herds them, and there isn't a scrap of mole rat meat in Megaton, at least not that I could find. He just assumes that they're a food source with absolutely no basis for it, because he wants to defend Fallout 3 from criticism. He also outright invents the idea that New Vegas doesn't have many dungeons, again, just to prop up Fallout 3, and he even acknowledges the fact that Obsidian didn't have much development time and completely ignores it for a bizarre and baseless theory that the game just didn't have enough loot to put in the dungeons, and that's why they didn't make many. Which he immediately contradicts by talking about how many unique weapons are in the game and aren't in dungeons. He also makes an argument here comparing the direct number of skill books in each game, which is entirely invalid for the point he's trying to argue. His argument is that there aren't many dungeons due to a lack of loot, and he says Fallout 3 has over 300 skill books, while New Vegas has around 98 or so. Point is, the direct numbers are completely meaningless for this argument because those numbers are simply how many skill books appear in the game world, and not the available amount of them to place in the game. Literally nothing is stopping Obsidian from adding more skill books in that regard. There aren't unique copies of skill books, like the magazines in Fallout 4. It's just one item of each type that's placed into the world multiple times. If you find 2 big books of science in Fallout 3 and New Vegas, it's the same item in the code of the game, you just have 2 of them. This means Obsidian could have placed as many skill books as they wanted into the game. There is no limiting factor here. Even entertaining this argument is ridiculous, because it's baseless and something he invented whole cloth, so it's rather easy to disprove. It's also worth noting that populating a world with collectibles does not make it immersive. This is supposedly an RPG we're talking about here, not a looter shooter. There's nothing wrong with dungeons, collectibles, or looting, but they're not the core of what the game should be, nor do they fix poor writing. As mentioned, at many points during his video, he unfairly puts New Vegas down with inaccurate criticisms, which is especially weird when people in the comments were quick to tell me that New Vegas is his favorite Fallout game. I'm still getting comments to that effect. Now keep in mind, these are just some examples. I cover pretty much his entire video in my response to him, including these same arguments, but with more depth than I have here. Point is, his video is pretty garbage. No offense, John, truly, but it's just really not a good video. When I had responded to him originally, someone had posted my video to his subreddit, and his response was to misrepresent me, my video, and my arguments, use ad hominems against me to discredit what I had said, and he cherry-picked what was probably my weakest argument in the original video to debunk, and he seems to have tried as hard as possible to make me look like some wild-eyed, angry, insane, hyperbolic ripoff of the angry video game nerd, or something. Admittedly, I was pretty harsh in my response, and if I could do the video again, I'd probably handle it differently, but nothing warrants that level of dishonest misrepresentation. I'd far prefer to be called an insufferable cunt over someone attacking my character and misrepresenting me. He didn't even mention the fact that I insulted him, and I totally would have understood if he didn't watch my video because of it, or even if he hated me because of it. But instead, he opted for the dishonest response of trying to make me look like a ranting and raving madman. Thanks, dude. Really appreciate it. It's actually from this Reddit post that I got the line you see in my intro of my videos, including this one. It's just such a wonderfully absurd and hyperbolic line, I can't help but find it funny. Now, as bad as Fallout 3 is, and as bad as his video was on it, Fallout 3 is at least more defensible than Fallout 4 is. While it does have some quality of life improvements, and a few positives here and there, as far as the story, world, and questing goes, this game is an order of magnitude worse. In fact, it's a complete disaster. I've been covering it extensively in my analysis series, with more to go still, but I'm very familiar with what this game has to offer. So when I was told in my comments section many months ago that he was working on a Fallout 4 is better than you think video, I expected this to be much of the same. Fallacious and dishonest arguments, context inconvenient to his arguments being removed, and straight up inventions to make the game appear better than it is. I was quite excited to cover this video long before it came out, because it proved to be an interesting, if frustrating, experience overall, and I feel I've learned a lot from both the process and feedback I've received. Now, the issues with Fallout 4 run so deep that any in-depth discussion on it seems as though it would be incredibly lengthy, which is why my series up until this point clocks in at over 7 hours long, which might change as I'm planning on remaking parts 1 and 2 in order to update them to my current standard. So, when I saw that John's video was only an hour and a half long, I was a bit baffled as to how he could fit the discussion into such a short time frame. Though as it turns out, he'd split it into 2 videos. Just about all of this response is aimed at the first of his 2 videos, as he does say a lot of ridiculous things in that video in order to defend it. However, I was quite surprised to find the second video was actually quite critical of the game. Considering he went so far to defend Fallout 3, I was expecting much of the same here, but his second video is actually pretty good. He even points out to some things I didn't pick up on in my own videos. I know a channel with 500,000 subscribers doesn't need the recommendation of a channel with 3,000 subscribers, but I actually do recommend this second video, even if I don't agree with everything said in it. The first of these 2 videos, however, is a complete disaster, and I'll be going through this fairly meticulously, to the point I may even comment on smaller statements he makes for nothing more than the sake of accuracy, which some people might consider to be nitpicking. If lengthy discussion on a topic and refuting bad arguments is something that scares you, now's your chance to run away screaming. With that out of the way, let's get into it.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, I'm John, this is Betty, a true and welcome to Fallout 4 is better than you think, which I think it is. And that itself is something of a miracle. You see, to my mind, Fallout 4 is a deceptively intricate game, filled with systems that don't look like they should work together. In fact, I'm gonna argue that in terms of mechanics, Fallout 4 might be the most dense game in the whole franchise. There's a lot here that's easy to overlook.
So judging from the title and approach to this video, this seems like it's largely going to be an in defense of type video, much like his Fallout 3 video, rather than talking about what he personally enjoyed about Fallout 4. The problem with his Fallout 3 video is that through much of his video, he presented aspects of the game and arguments in general to make it appear as though Fallout 3 is far better than it actually is, and everyone who criticized the game just missed all these great things about it. To give an example, he talks about the criticism that there isn't enough choice in dialogue, and why that is wholly untrue, as you can learn information in the world to give additional options in quests, and he uses the example of Superhuman Gambit. If you found a terminal log in a dungeon in a remote location, it gives an additional way of solving the conflict in that quest. What he fails to mention is that the example he uses to defend the game having hidden dialogue options is the one single example of this in the entire game that can be used to resolve a quest. A singular dialogue option being hidden in the world does not in any way make up for the fact that the entire rest of the game is lacking these options, and it also doesn't make up for the fact that it largely lacks these options at the base level as well. Many of his arguments throughout this video will be much the same, and that he presents things in such a way that is super convenient to the narrative he's crafting here, and he's going to make these systems sound far more intricate than they actually are. He says Fallout 4 might be the most mechanically dense game in the series, but that isn't inherently a good thing. New features don't fix existing problems.
It's a game that takes a bit of time to understand, so that's what we're gonna do today. We're gonna dive deeper into Fallout 4 than I've ever done before, and I hope that by the end, I might have sparked a renewed appreciation for how elegant some parts of this game are.
There's many words to describe Fallout 4, but elegant is certainly not one I'd choose. In fact, he frequently uses this word throughout this video to describe otherwise basic systems, and it ends up being nothing more than a flowery buzzword to make the things he's describing sound better.
So, let's begin at the beginning. Actually, no. We need to begin earlier than that, because to understand Fallout 4, we have to understand how it came to be, the context it was made in, and the journey Bethesda travelled on the way to Boston.
Not necessarily. Knowing the creation process for Fallout 4 doesn't really change or justify the final product in terms of how its mechanics, world, characters, and especially story work. If an aspect of the game is shit, such as the story, then you find out the lead writer and designer is a totally incompetent jackass who wrote a shit story because he made the dumb assumption that people wouldn't pay attention to it. That doesn't justify the story being shit, it just gives context as to why it's shit. The same principle applies to aspects such as world building and gameplay. It's not even a situation like New Vegas, where they only had 18 months to make the game, and aspects of the world suffered because of that limitation. Even then, New Vegas' problems are still problems. This is no different for Fallout 4. The variety of problems with Fallout 4 are largely a result of Bethesda sacrificing too much in order to appeal to a wider market, as well as general poor decisions, such as a dialogue system both limited to and requiring only 4 options.
So, I want you to imagine for a moment what developing Fallout 4 was like. It's 2009, and work just wrapped up on the last bits of Fallout 3 DLC, and we know that work began immediately on Fallout 4, representing a good chance to make some big foundational changes to how the game should work next to Fallout 3. Obviously, good starting point. Try and figure out how people reacted to Fallout 3. Except there's a problem, because at a very high level, Fallout 3 players who want things to change in the next Fallout game fall into 2 camps, and these camps have very different desires. First up, with such high sales for Fallout 3 next to Fallout 1 and 2, we know there's a big group who are new to Fallout. Fallout 3 is their introduction to the whole Fallout universe. There's no one gaming background to these folks, of course, but there's an excellent chance that many of them would have been more familiar with shooters than RPGs.
While there likely were many new players who were more familiar with shooters, you fail to consider the fact that Fallout 3 came out on the heels of Oblivion, which was just 2 years old at the time. By this point, Bethesda had a strong following with games such as Morrowind and Oblivion. It can be inferred from this that many Bethesda fans that moved over to Fallout would be familiar with RPGs. In fact, this is the exact way I found out about Fallout myself. I've been a huge fan of prior Bethesda games. I saw their logo on this game on a case in EB Games one day, and bought it for that reason alone.
And I say that purely as in 2007, 2 of the year's top 3 selling games were first-person shooters, while RPGs had fallen on hard times at the end of the 90s, struggling with the, at the time, much smaller PC market, but unable to transition to the increasingly lucrative console market, the exact phenomenon that led in part to the disintegration of Interplay, the original publishers of Fallout. When you see the common criticism of Fallout 3 that the shooting is clunky, there's a decent chance you're hearing from this group, because if your frame of reference is the shooters of 2007 or 2008, then yes, Fallout 3 would feel a bit clunky.
I think it was a general issue many people had with the game regardless of gaming background. You don't have to be a huge FPS fan to tell when the shooting is shit, and it's an aspect of Fallout 3 that's frequently criticized by both FPS fans and non-FPS fans alike. It's also notable that this claim is entirely based on speculation.
By 2015, of course, it would have been much worse, and Fallout 3's shooting mechanics would have seemed hopelessly out of date. So, if you want Fallout 4 to succeed, you're gonna need better, smoother, more accessible gunplay. But hang on, as I discussed when I was arguing that Fallout 3 is better than you think, part of the reason that shooting is a bit clunky in Fallout 3 is by design. You're playing as a character who's brand new to the world, and level 2, they shouldn't be able to nail a mole rat in the eye from 100 meters.
This is a bafflingly awful argument. I'm kinda surprised he's actually doubling down on this from his Fallout 3 video. See, the thing about making video games is that typically you want your audience to have fun, and intentionally making certain systems, such as shooting, so clunky, awkward, and generally annoying, regardless if it's intentional or not, is only going to drive people away, and it's counterintuitive to game design. I can back this up too. One of the reasons many people drop Morrowind in the first half hour is because they don't like the accuracy being tied to the dice roll system, and it's annoying for them to see their weapons physically connecting with an enemy and dealing no damage. This is something they changed in Oblivion. Now, shooting in Fallout 3 isn't quite that bad, but it still isn't great. To argue that it's intentionally designed to be bad because your character's a 19-year-old kid seems dishonest. It seems like a desperate attempt to defend a poorly made system that can't be defended otherwise. There's nothing wrong with admitting that a game you like is flawed. On top of this, there is zero evidence to indicate that Bethesda purposely implemented poor gunplay to reflect a lack of experience based on your time in the vault. Characters who tag into weapons-related skills will still suffer from Fallout 3's poor gunplay. Bethesda specifically went over their way to get help with the shooting from id for Fallout 4, because Fallout 3 was criticized for its poor shooting. And no one is arguing that you should be a crack shot at level 2. The criticism is over the general clunkiness of the gameplay, not tying skills into your performance. This is yet another straw man argument by him.
It's literally built into the game that you have to invest skill points to boost accuracy, lower spread, and reduce weapon sway. You're not an amazing shot until your character is. As a result of that, if you make the shooting immediately accessible, you've undermined the entire foundation of Fallout being an RPG, that what you can do depends on your character's ability as well as the player's skill.
Not necessarily. Even New Vegas was able to handle its shooting mechanics better than Fallout 3 did, by tweaking aspects such as the accuracy and weapon spread, as well as adding iron sight aiming, over the incredibly lazy slight zoom on the screen Bethesda did in Fallout 3. Despite this, New Vegas, although to a lesser extent than 3, still generally has unrefined gunplay. Skills being tied to performance isn't the issue, it's the fact that gunplay as a whole feels clunky and unintuitive.
Which brings us to the second camp, the long-standing fans of Fallout, or RPGs of Interplay, or RPGs of the 90s in general, who have exactly the opposite complaint. When you hear the common talking point that Fallout 3 was a dumbed-down shooter experience that wasn't a proper Fallout game, that may well be somebody from this camp talking. and what they want is a proper RPG experience, which is traditionally characterised by your abilities being entirely defined by the character you're playing as.
Now why do you think that is? It's not tied solely to how shooting works. Despite improvements, New Vegas still has similar gunplay to Fallout 3. Yet, New Vegas still has less overall criticism by RPG fans. I've never seen anyone call New Vegas a dumbed down shooter. This shows that there can be a balance between the two. Fallout 3 received the criticism that it's a dumbed down shooter experience and not a proper Fallout game, because much of Fallout 3 was severely lacking in choice, consequences, world building, and much of the gameplay was about gunning down generic enemies, rather than solving conflicts or engaging with groups trying to survive in the world. There's a night and day difference between the gameplay, world building, characters, questing, and story of Fallout 3 and New Vegas. The main story of Fallout 3 featured amazing quests, such as do a dungeon to get the Galaxy News radio, do a dungeon to get the satellite dish for the radio, clear out all these enemies in a dungeon so the scientists can work on Project Purity, do a dungeon to get the Gek, and do a dungeon to talk to the president and follow the giant murder bot and watch him destroy the baddies. New Vegas, by comparison, had you solving conflicts between groups in any manner of ways, be it peaceful or violent. You could take the kill everything approach if you decided to, but in many cases multiple peaceful solutions can be found. The point is that many felt Fallout 3 was a lackluster RPG because much of the game felt like a series of mindless tasks, whereas the quests of New Vegas had a variety of choices in and out of dialogue that promoted roleplay. Dungeons in Fallout 3 were mostly just locations filled with generic enemies and a bunch of loot, with little more reason for existing than to populate the world. Dungeons in New Vegas were often the focal point of quests, and were designed to look like real places that might have existed in the world, rather than sprawling dungeons. It was rare to be sent to a dungeon where the goal was as simple as collecting an item or killing an enemy. A classic example being Come Fly With Me, where it starts off as a simple quest of clearing a dungeon of ghouls, but upon arriving at RepCon, the situation becomes more complex as the ghouls aren't all feral, and in order for them to leave peacefully, they need you to clear the dungeon of Nightkin, who in turn will not leave peacefully until you help them find what they're looking for. And this is further complicated when what they're looking for is in a room guarded by a ghoul who doesn't want to leave without his friend. What started off as a quest to kill what you assumed to be generic enemies turned out to be a complex, layered, and multi-staged conflict between two intelligent groups that can be reasoned with and solved peacefully. The point I'm getting at here is that there's very solid ground to argue the point that Fallout 3 is a dumbed-down shooter and not a proper Fallout experience, and the gunplay is by far not the sole reason. Beyond the shooting side of things, Fallout 3 does not offer anything of note, especially compared to previous entries of the time.
So, basically, who thinks it's a good idea for Fallout 4 to be an immediately accessible modern shooter where player skill translates into an immediate gameplay advantage? And who thinks the exact opposite, that shooting should have a much smaller part of the game to create a more diverse RPG experience where ability is a function of long-term character building decisions? Then Skyrim launches in 2011 and becomes one of the most successful games of all time, so does that mean we should take notes from that? And just when you think things can't get any worse, those bastards over at Obsidian manage, in 18 months, to make a Fallout game that just happens to be one of the best video games ever created.
So John seems to be trying to frame this as though it was this huge dilemma for Bethesda on what to do with Fallout 4 in development, even though Bethesda had been simplifying their games more and more with each release for well over a decade at this point. Morrowind was still a complex RPG, but it had been simplified from Daggerfall. Oblivion had been more simplified from Morrowind to the point of no longer being a deep and complex RPG, and more of a casual RPG that anyone could jump into. And that's not bad on its own, but it brought Bethesda more success, and incentivized continuing on their trend of making each release more simple, dumbing down both the RPG mechanics and the writing. The shortest jump seems to have been between Oblivion and Fallout 3. Bethesda still kept much of the RPG mechanics, but the story was a considerable downgrade in terms of writing quality. After that, Skyrim further stripped out and simplified RPG mechanics and dumbed down its story, and Fallout 4 was only the next step in their trend of doing so. Now John does something here in this clip to try to frame the narrative so as to be convenient to his argument. He specifically says,
Then Skyrim launches in 2011 and becomes one of the most successful games of all time, so does that mean we should take notes from that? And just when you think things can't get any worse, those bastards over at Obsidian manage, in 18 months, to make a Fallout game that just happens to be one of the best video games ever created.
the framing being, Skyrim came out, then New Vegas did. He doesn't explicitly say that it happened this way, but he presents his information so as to appear that way. New Vegas released in October of 2010, and Skyrim released in November of 2011. This will become more important momentarily, because he's going to try and frame this as if Fallout 4's development changed due to New Vegas, more so than Skyrim's immense success.
Now a load of those new Fallout 3 players have had the chance to experience a really good Fallout game with strong RPG elements, and many of them really liked what they saw. And now things are even more impossible, because previously, the old Fallout fans were a tiny minority, but now, thanks to New Vegas, there's literally millions of people who have played a Fallout game that's a lot more RPG-ish, and you can't ignore that many people, so now Fallout 4 also has to somehow embrace what people loved in New Vegas, even though New Vegas didn't even exist at the start of Fallout 4's development.
See, this, combined with how he described New Vegas coming after Skyrim, becomes an incredibly dishonest framing of the situation. Even if development of Fallout 4 had started before the release of New Vegas, it still would have been in its early stages. Just to get a bit of a timeline established here, Fallout 3 was released in 2008, New Vegas in 2010, Skyrim in 2011, and Fallout 4 in 2015. Much of Bethesda's development time following Fallout 3 was likely spent on Skyrim, with Fallout 4 likely being in pre-production stages at best prior to the release of New Vegas, and likely only kicked into high gear either as Skyrim was nearing completion or after it was completed. The thing about game development is that very little is set in stone, and there's plenty of examples of major changes to games happening mid-development, such as how most of Halo 2's development was scrapped, and the Halo 2 we actually got was made in only 10 months. These mid-development changes can either be disastrous, such as in the case of Anthem, or for the better, but that's irrelevant to this particular discussion anyways, because again, Fallout 4 was in its earliest stages of development, at most before Skyrim wrapped up development, so there was a lot of time to adjust to customer feedback regarding New Vegas.
Put all of that together, and that's the context of Fallout 4's creation. Just imagine the stress of that.
The context is Bethesda had been on a trend of simplifying their games, and Obsidian made a really good, well-written and complex RPG that far surpassed their previous two releases in every release since in terms of quality writing and role-playing elements, and despite the fact so many people liked New Vegas, they disregarded many of its aspects and continued on their trend of simplifying their games.
So, what did Bethesda do? Well, they did precisely what they always do. They threw everything out and started again.
I'm gonna slap a big ol' X to doubt and a citation fucking needed on that one. This is a rather bold claim that John completely fails to substantiate or prove. It's just a statement he throws into the video because... well, I'm not really sure, but I suppose it supports his argument. Now who knows, maybe John is entirely right here. Maybe he researched the facts and this really is the case. But I don't know, and that's a problem because if he's going to make such a bold statement, he should back it up with evidence. I searched for evidence of this myself, and couldn't find anything. He could provide a clip of Pete Hines or Todd Howard saying that's what happened, or an article or something, but he doesn't, so I'm inclined to believe this is something he just invented. He acts as though New Vegas being so well liked by fans would have greater influence upon Fallout 4, but Skyrim came after New Vegas, and was wildly and commercially successful, far more than New Vegas, so wouldn't that have had more impact on the development of Fallout 4? With Fallout 4's liberal use of Radiant quests, Skyrim's influence is far from hidden.
Now, this point kinda slips past people a lot. Specifically, I've seen a lot of discussion about Fallout 3 versus Fallout 4, and what got added or taken away, and I think this is completely the wrong starting point for a discussion about Fallout 4. Yes, at the absolute surface level, Fallout 4 and Fallout 3 seem to have a lot in common. Vaults, ruins, jumpsuit, 10mm pistol, dog, mole rats, raiders, vats, compass, Pip-Boy. Superficially, the two look very similar. But Fallout 3 and New Vegas look even more similar, and they're hugely different from each other. Fallout 4 is a brand new thing, and some people bring that up like it's inherently bad, like revealing that Fallout 4 diverged from some of the exact design choices of a turn-based RPG from 1997 is a big takedown gotcha moment, and as strange as it is that this needs to be pointed out at all, I don't think Bethesda were trying to be as faithful as possible.
So this is something it seems John likes to do a lot, but he's framing the opposition as though they're arguing from a position they don't actually hold. Or in other words, he's strawmanning the critics of Fallout 4. Many of the issues with Fallout 4 have little to do with the fact that they diverged from the style of the original games, and more with the fact that the systems of Fallout 4 are unimpressive on their own merits. There are many complaints about the entire skill system being removed, for example, but much of that has to do with how they decided to replace it. But at the same time, you also have to consider the fact that taking a beloved RPG series and dumbing down or stripping out everything that made the series what it was is going to piss off a lot of people. Most of the people who have issues with Fallout 4 don't dislike it simply because it tries something different, but because it tries something different poorly. New Vegas totally removed the big and small gun skills and merged them into a general gun skill. Yet, this change is hardly criticized because the new gun skill was not poorly implemented. Why would I have issues with Fallout 4's new systems if they ended up being good? Because they're new? Again, New Vegas is different from Fallout 1 and 2, and yet the game is, by your own admission, beloved, and it's often argued to be the best game in the whole series. I've always really hated this argument that the people who hate something simply hate it because it's new or different. It's such a dishonest and fallacious argument, and seems to only exist as an attempt to discredit legitimate criticism. Seriously, this argument needs to die a quick death. People who are fans of a series typically want new things in that series. The issue is never that there's something new, but the quality of that content. People might not always have good reasons for disliking something, but I'm sure if you were to really dig into the complaints people have, you'd see there's often a fairly logical reason for it, such as character assassination, disrespecting the legacy of what came before.
You are nothing but a relic from a deleted timeline.
Or just in general bad writing. A lot of people tend to write off criticism or hatred for something as though people are looking for something to be angry about, as if people enjoy simply hating things, and this is rarely the case. Sure, it can be fun to mock and laugh at something absurdly awful, like Ride to Hell Retribution, but generally speaking, and as weird as this might sound, oftentimes hatred for something ends up coming from a place of love. When people criticize Bethesda Fallout, they didn't wake up one morning and decide, oh yeah, I'm gonna hate the fuck out of this game. It comes from frustration that something they love isn't being handled properly. I would far prefer to love the fuck out of Fallout 3 and 4, and spend hours gushing about how great they are. But unfortunately, that's not the world we live in. These are two extremely flawed games, to the point that any legitimate positives to discuss are vastly overshadowed by their errors.
This isn't a secret. Ahead of Fallout 4, they did a press tour broadcasting this. Say, in an interview with the official Xbox YouTube channel in November 2015, Pete Hines could not have put his cards more clearly on the table. Every game gets treated from scratch. There are no sacred cows. I think this is part of Todd Howard's belief that you can get stale by staying in one spot.
So first off, if he is suggesting that we should have anticipated the changes that came with Fallout 4, I want to point out that the video John is referencing here only has about 73,000 views after being available for just over 5 years now, and it was released the day before Fallout 4 released, and according to Steam charts, the peak player count was close to 472,000 on PC alone. If we were to assume everyone who viewed that video made a purchase and only played on PC, then that would be only 15.6% of the player base that saw this video. This is generously skewing the numbers in John's favor here too, because not every single view translates to a sale, and this is completely disregarding other contributing factors, such as how many people played on consoles or overall sales. At best, this video he's referencing, where Pete Hines could not have put his cards more clearly on the table, was only viewed by a small fraction of people who actually bought and played Fallout 4. If you're trying to argue that major changes to a new entry in a long-time running RPG franchise have been clearly telegraphed in advance, I don't think that a video with a scant amount of views as compared to overall sales released the day before the game's release is sufficient evidence. Many people had their pre-orders in by this point. Some of us were hoping for Bethesda to take greater influence from New Vegas. Some of us went to a midnight release. If these changes were such a core aspect of taking Fallout in a new direction, why were they not discussed at the E3 reveal? The other problem with this statement is that it's an appeal to authority. Todd and Pete believe there are no sacred cows, so that means it's open season to change any aspect about the series? Would you still be defending this if they released Fallout 4 as a dating sim? Or a real-time strategy game? Or a sports game? Or a visual novel? Just because they make the games doesn't necessarily mean every choice they make is going to be good, and it's absolutely worth mentioning that taking a long-running series known for being a deep RPG and turning it into a dumbed-down basic bitch looter shooter is going to upset people, especially when the remaining RPG aspects of the game are extremely lackluster. Regardless, it's absolutely understandable that Bethesda feels that staying in one place can get stale, but changing things alone is not the issue. The issue isn't that Fallout 4 diverged from being a 2D isometric turn-based RPG, the issue is that Fallout 4 neglected most of the aspects that made the series so great in the first place, in order to turn it into what basically amounts to a generic shooting gallery with a Fallout coat of paint.
So that's what they did in Fallout 4. They threw out a huge amount of the core components of Fallout 3. Tone, atmosphere, location, setup, and made not so much a sequel to Fallout 3 as something brand new.
You mean like they did with Fallout 3? Their follow-up to Fallout 2 set it on the complete other side of the country, turned its existing factions into jokes, and killed any level of unique world building that could have existed by failing to introduce new interesting ideas to the series. The hilarious part of John's statement is that it isn't even true. Aside from the location change, which Bethesda does in every new release, Fallout 3 presents a grim, depressing wasteland in which civilization has failed to really start rebuilding in 200 years, and the setup to the story is that you're looking for a missing family member. Fallout 4 presents a grim, slightly less depressing wasteland in which civilization has failed to really start rebuilding in over 200 years, in which the setup to the story is once again trying to find a missing family member. And funnily enough, the story is once again about the Brotherhood going to war with some technologically advanced rival, except this time it's synthetic people instead of the Enclave. Like yeah, Bethesda realized that plants exist and put them into Fallout 4, so the wasteland isn't quite as grim as a world that entirely lacks any kind of naturally growing food, and everything should be dead as a result, but otherwise they're very similar games in that sense. It's also worth mentioning that Fallout 4 was never going to be a direct sequel to Fallout 3. Bethesda has never done direct follow-ups to their games before. Fallout 4 was never going to be the capital wasteland however many years down the line, because it's long been Bethesda's standard to change locations in each game. What he's describing here is nothing new. This has always been Bethesda's process. They routinely change the location and retool, remove, or add different mechanics and systems to their games with each iteration. It is nothing new for them. It's standard procedure. For example, between Morrowind and Oblivion, changes included, but were not limited to, dialogue, skills, combat, and spells, as well as taking place in a different province. Saying Fallout 4 changed some of these things, as if it's something new and special that Bethesda is doing, is a dishonest framing of their typical approach to new games, and it still doesn't change the fact that many of the changes they made were not good ones. It's also worth mentioning that changing the location isn't the same as changing the setting. In many ways, the Commonwealth feels like a repackaged capital wasteland, not to mention that throwing out tone and atmosphere is entirely meaningless when they're both incredibly inconsistent in both games. Fallout 3 is a grim world where everyone is supposedly struggling to survive, but daily survival doesn't seem to be a concern for most characters. There only seems to be a few characters that actually care about the water crisis, Liam Neeson and the 3 water beggars, so it comes across as though it isn't that big of an issue. and no one in the world seems to give a shit about there being a dire lack of food. So that grim tone has already been nerfed super fucking hard, because the effort wasn't fully put in to make it as grim as they wanted. But to make things worse, the world is full of dumb, goofy characters that destroy the tone and atmosphere as well, such as Dr. Lesko, who is just a dumb cartoon character who sounds like a Professor Frink ripoff.
My experiments are of a complex nature and would take a scientist to explain. Oh wait, I'm a scientist. How marvelous.
Stupid machine. Oh, wait a minute. This isn't the monsterometer. It's the frog exaggerator. What?
Or the costumed morons in Superhuman Gambit. It makes it really hard to take the world seriously, when most of that world doesn't care about or acknowledge the supposedly dire circumstances they're in, and when it's full of dumb cartoon characters. In New Vegas there's a fairly consistent tone. A lot of people are tense and unsure of the future, due to the escalating tensions between the main factions and the eventual Battle of Hoover Dam. The outcome of this conflict would impact just about everyone in the Mojave. This tone is consistently conveyed by multiple characters across the entire game. Fallout 4, on the other hand, tries to tell a serious and tragic story, but the world is littered with absurdity such as the Silver Shroud quest, characters that function as little more than walking stereotypes, and dumb gimmicky factions like the Minutemen.
But how'd you square all those circles I was just mentioning? How'd you make everybody happy when, rather like the Fallout Wasteland itself, different factions of fans are trying to pull the game in opposite directions?
Well, I mean, naturally you can't make everyone happy. That's simply the nature of humanity. The goal instead should be to find a good middle ground. A game that is accessible to people, but one in which its RPG mechanics are a core part of the game. You know, kinda like New Vegas? That's the interesting thing here about New Vegas being a bit of a wildcard in Bethesda's lineup. They had been increasingly simplifying their games to appeal to more people. Then New Vegas comes along and provides an accessible experience while tightening up its RPG aspects, rather than stripping them out or dumbing them down. It's proof that this format can work and be successful.
How'd you make everybody happy when, rather like the Fallout Wasteland itself, different factions of fans are trying to pull the game in opposite directions? Well, strangely enough, it all begins with a pile of rubbish. The junk system is one of my favourite additions to Fallout 4. It's a brilliant system that adds so much to the game, but let's keep things simple just for now.
Okay, so now we're finally getting into the actual defense of Fallout 4, and I just want to say that defending this game is already a bit of a controversial position to take, simply because of how thoroughly it's been picked apart and its flaws exposed. So I'd expect anyone coming out to defend Fallout 4 would do so by starting off with their strongest arguments, the most impenetrable defense you can muster, putting your best foot forward to convince people early on so they'll stick around to watch the rest of the video. And it's really weird that he'd begin his defense with something completely unrelated to the issues people have with this game, as well as trying to make it sound as if this is the thing that'll bring the two opposing groups of fans together that he described earlier. If he really thinks the junk system in Fallout 4 is the best way to please both RPG and FPS fans, then things are already looking quite grim. It's very telling that he's starting his defense with a system people didn't really take issue with for the most part, instead of the substance of what most people's complaints were related to: the story, world building, questing, and characters.
In the original Fallout games, the world is populated in a very pragmatic fashion when it comes to items. Almost everything you see is just painted into the background. In fact, items you can interact with are sufficiently rare that you could hold down shift to highlight items that weren't just part of the scenery. From an isometric perspective, this is perfectly reasonable. As the camera is so far away from the player, distinguishing a useful item from generic junk would have been very difficult. This means in most scenarios, most levels are effectively empty, with items instead placed in containers or dropped by dead enemies. When Fallout moved into 3D first person, this changed. Now that the player was down on the ground and had a better view of the areas they were exploring, this level of emptiness would have made areas seem bland. So miscellaneous decorations were added all over the place. Spare parts, trash, components, pencils, various bits of pre-war detritus. Now, this did work as set dressing, but it created a problem. 99% of it was useless. You might occasionally grab items with decent weight to value ratio to sell at the nearest store, but most of your character acted like potentially functional pre-war technology in a never before explored ruin was just a bit uninteresting.
So right away, John tries to frame the existence of junk items as a problem, when it's really not. As far back as Morrowind, the world was populated with all kinds of useless junk items, with literally no function to the player. Exactly as he describes for Fallout here, it was set dressing, and nothing more. He specifically cites this as being a problem, but he can't substantiate or back up why it's a problem. He claims that you bypass potentially important tech in ruins, but he fails to provide examples of this because there are none. Literally all of the random junk items you find in ruins are random objects such as scrap metal, pencils, teddy bears, empty bottles, chessboards, and so forth. Many games are filled with such set dressing objects. The only difference is that you can interact with them here due to the specific style of how Bethesda's games work, which changes nothing about their purpose for existing in the world. So these items, simply existing alone and not having any use, isn't an issue. He's falsely presenting it as a problem in order to prop up Fallout 4's junk collection system, and the idea that you're passing by and ignoring valuable tech is something he invents whole cloth.
And then came Fallout 4. Now, basically every item in the game can be broken down into materials, and those materials can be used to improve weapons and armor, or build infrastructure in your bases. This is a huge improvement, and the core reason why is because we're playing a game here, an interactive experience, so the more benefit there is to engaging and interacting with the world, the better.
That's not necessarily the case. More interaction with the world alone doesn't necessarily make the game better in any way. If adding this system just makes the game better by default due to more interaction, then you could argue every single game should have a system like this, because it increases interaction with the world. What you're referring to here is a basic resource gathering system that exists in plenty of other games. Resource gathering is a prime aspect of other games, sure, but that aspect is largely a vehicle to progression in these games. I'm not sure there's many people who boot up Minecraft excited to spend hours mining hundreds of thousands of resources so they can build a massive fuck-off castle. They're typically excited about the actual building and designing aspect, not the resource gathering. Same goes for Terraria, Rust, 7 Days to Die, or the multitude of other games that use similar systems. The difference is, resource gathering is a core part of these games, whereas it has never been a part of Fallout's core gameplay, nor does it add roleplay value in any way whatsoever. The systems that junk collecting supports in Fallout 4, the weapon and armor modification and the settlement building, are still just extras on top of an otherwise complete game. They're nice to have, but they're nowhere near what the core of the game should be. If these systems were stripped out, the one single thing that would change about any major story elements would be the teleporter relay being built. If anything, I'd argue that when the junk collection system is viewed as a core aspect of gameplay, all the time spent collecting junk detracts from the focus of the story, characters, and world at large. Taking New Vegas as an example, the crafting system in the game does not add to the writing at all. It has very little to do with dealing with NPCs, and picking up scrap metal, duct tape, and wrenches for my repair kits does not tie in with how well New Vegas handles conflict. This is the exact line of reasoning the lead writer used as an excuse for writing a shitty story, along with a shallow world for Fallout 4. It's not a good excuse, because there are many people who do care about the story and world building, but he is right for the fact that many people would also disregard the story to build shit.
Let me give you a really simple example here. Let's look at a couple of very early game areas in various Fallout games. So, this is Silver's house in Fallout 3. The vast majority of these items have no use and effectively no value. They don't really tell us anything. I could steal them, but there's no point. A pre-war camera, useful chemicals, practical day-to-day kitchenware, all of them have no utility outside of a tiny number used in weapon schematics. New Vegas is very similar, though the issue is somewhat eased by a more full crafting system.
Again, none of this is an issue. You keep framing it as such, but it's really not. These items aren't meant to have value to the player. They're not meant to tell us anything besides the fact that people live in the world and collect whatever junk they like or find useful. If I see a plate and cutlery on a table, it tells me these characters use dishes to eat food, and that's about it. Yes, it's absolutely set dressing, and there's literally nothing wrong with that. I've never seen anyone complain about this in Morrowind or Oblivion or Fallout 3 or New Vegas or Skyrim. This is honest to God the first time I've ever heard anyone framing junk items existing as being a massive problem that needs to be solved because most people understand what set dressing is. Literally, the only significant difference between these items and similar set dressing items that are painted into the world in other games is that you can pick them up. Giving these items to function as scrappable junk isn't inherently a good thing. I'm not saying it's a bad thing either, it's just something you're now able to do that you couldn't before. If you couldn't interact with these items at all, if they were just static too, would they still be an issue, or is their existence as items the sole reason this is a problem to you?
In Fallout 4, meanwhile, this is the Concord Speakeasy, and at first it looks very similar, even featuring the same camera. But now, these items are hugely more valuable, because they're a source of components, so you drag them back to base and drop them off there for crafting. And this has all sorts of positive impacts on the game world. Firstly, it incentivizes the player to engage with the world with much more attention. Rather than passing by background decoration, you start scavenging, which fits perfectly into a game universe where scavengers and prospectors have long been a part of the games, with the whole process streamlined through the quick loop menu, one of hundreds of tiny UI improvements that Fallout 4 gained.
Hundreds of small UI improvements? Surely you could substantiate that, right? Like sure, quick looting is nice, but what are all these other improvements? Anyways, picking up literal junk does sound a lot more interesting when you frame it as engaging with the world. But by making these items into loot, this just gives them the same role as stimpaks, caps, ammo, and other things a player would keep an eye out for, like in the other games. This isn't nearly as significant of an improvement as he's trying to make it seem. New Vegas set this precedent with crafting and reloading benches, and it never became a significant part of the gameplay. This isn't a revolutionary new system or anything, it's something that's been done dozens of times before. Stuff like junk collecting, weapon and armor modification, and the settlement building are ultimately bells and whistles, not the actual substance of what comprises a choice and narrative-driven RPG.
Even better, in a world where everything contains components that might have a use down the line, the optimal solution would be to pick up and take everything, but carry weight is the limiting factor. You have to start thinking with a critical mindset about what is most important to carry back to base.
Weighing my options between a desk fan and a roll of tape isn't thinking with a critical mindset, especially when I could just fast travel to the nearest settlement, dump my junk items in the workbench, and fast travel back for the junk I left behind. Again, this is literally nothing new for games with looting, and especially for Bethesda games, which have had carrying capacity dating back to the first Elder Scrolls games. Very few games have any kind of infinite inventory or excessively generous inventory. Most games have a limited inventory of some kind, be it carry weight or item slots. To reference Minecraft, Terraria, Rust, and 7 Days to Die Again, this is something you have to deal with in all of these games. You have to prioritize what resources and materials are most important to you and which to leave behind. Again, he's clearly trying to make this sound as if it's more significant than it really is. Hell, having to decide which items you want to take or not has also been a long-running part of Bethesda games in general. Adding in junk on top of that just means you have more things to choose from.
And what's even better than that is, that changes over time and depends on your own build choices. At the start of the game, duct tape will be as precious as gold dust, as you need adhesive for everything. But as time moves on, you might well find it's screws that become more pressing, leading to the discovery that finding a desk fan now generates a slightly concerning amount of joy. In the mid-game, copper and aluminium could well start running low. And finally, rare precious materials for advanced energy weapons. That camera might be no use to you at level 2, but become precious at level 35, leading to a world of dynamic scavenging, where an area that seems uninteresting at one point becomes a gold mine later.
What is a concerning amount of joy?
What the fuck? What? What? What?
No, seriously though, this is literally nothing new. The crafting and building games I've referenced to this point literally all feature a variety of resources that are used to craft different things, some of which tend to be rare, and your resource needs change as you aim to craft different things. This isn't complex in the slightest. Some materials are rare, and are often core components in crafting higher tier equipment or objects, but he has to puff this up and make it sound far more interesting and complex than it really is. Even making up absurd and hyperbolic phrases like dynamic scavenging to describe the extremely basic function of needing different resources in order to craft different items. Like at this point he's starting to sound like a used car salesman trying to convince me that a rust bucket is a Ferrari. If I'm playing Warcraft 3 and I need more lumber to build something and I have my peasants collect more lumber, is that dynamic scavenging? If I'm playing Terraria and I need some demonite ore to craft the next tier of armor, so I focus on getting that, is that dynamic scavenging? If I'm playing New Vegas, and I begin collecting 12.7mm rounds instead of 9mm rounds, is that dynamic scavenging? How is that any different than what he's describing here? Resource needs change as your goals for gameplay or crafting change. We're only 11 minutes into this video, and he's already littering his defense with flowery language and buzzwords to puff up otherwise basic features of this new system.
And perhaps even more importantly, it quietly encourages you to pay attention to the world. Because unlike previous Fallout games, where loot tended to be fairly generic and distributed at random, now you need to consider what's going to yield it. Need gold or silver? Try residential areas and look for jewellery. Need ceramic? Look for restaurants and kitchens. As you play more, you start to get a feel for what's going to be where, and thus whether, with your current needs, it's worth taking the time to loot a nearby diner, or science lab, or electrical store. And suddenly, it struck me. The game has taught me not just to act like a scavenger, but to think like one. The game mechanics have nudged me into role-playing as a Fallout prospector, and I think that's kind of genius.
And more importantly, it quietly encourages you to pay more attention to the world, because you need to consider what's going to yield loot. Mechanical parts, gas and engines from cars, crops from ruins of farms, concrete and cobblestone from construction sites, and suddenly it struck me. 7 Days to Die hasn't just taught me to act like a scavenger, but think like one too. The game mechanics have nudged me into role-playing as a survivor in a zombie apocalypse. What the fuck is your argument here? That the act of looking for materials to build stuff with is somehow the equivalent of role-playing? By this logic, just about every game out there is a role-playing game. Alien Isolation is a role-playing game about hiding from an alien. Team Fortress 2 is a role-playing game about mercenaries fighting over gravel. Angry Birds is a role-playing game about a race war with pigs. Using basic game mechanics isn't what role-playing is. Role-playing is typically creating a character, defining who that character is, and being immersed in that role. You can technically roleplay as a scavenger in Fallout 4, if you so choose, in the sense that you're Nate the Scavenger. Remember, you can't actually write your own backstory or personality for your character. But simply using a tacked-on game mechanic in the exact way it's intended to be used, the way it's implemented in every other fucking game that has it, is not role-playing on its own. You're still hyping up this entire system to appear as though it's more important than it actually is. Even if we considered engaging in certain mechanics as role-playing, it's still far from impressive. New Vegas allowed you to apply a massive variety of character aspects to direct role-playing systems, such as skill checks and dialogue. For example, the medicine skill not only had the impact of granting healing bonuses, but it let you roleplay as a doctor by creating drugs, applying your skills in dialogue by recognizing drug symptoms, diagnosing mental health problems, and offer your services to other people. Outside of dialogue, there are options such as performing surgery during the quest Et Tumor Brute, and examining the corpses during GI Blues. This isn't exclusive to medicine, it makes almost every skill have role-playing applications. However, because Fallout 4 has dumbed down the dialogue system and completely removed skills, Charisma is now the only stat with any dialogue significance, and special checks as a whole are extremely rare.
Of course, all of this would be meaningless if the junk didn't do anything. So fortunately, the opposite is true. Junk isn't just important, it's part of the core of the game.
Sure, junk is a core aspect of the game, but it shouldn't be. We're talking about a choice-driven RPG series, where story and characters have been a core aspect for most of the mainline games, and all of that has been dumpstered in favor of collecting literal garbage, collecting materials to build stuff with. Something I can do in 100 other games. Minecraft, Terraria, 7 Days to Die, Rust, Ark, No Man's Sky, Starbound, though that game is complete fucking shit. Seriously, don't buy it. The Forest, Conan Exile, Subnautica, RimWorld, and countless others. This is still just extra stuff on top of an otherwise complete game. Bells and whistles, fluff. It's a decent, if flawed, system, and I'm sure many people enjoy what it brings to the table, but it has next to no impact on the main story, besides being required for a single quest. It has no impact on the side quests, and can otherwise be totally ignored. If you were to strip this entire system out of the game, very little would change in the overall progression or primary goal of the game. Regardless, you'd say all of this would be meaningless if junk didn't do anything. Except you're neglecting to mention that how many materials I can rake in from a location doesn't need to be my sole motivation. Why not just put actual narrative-driven quests or interesting NPCs in these locations, if there's no motivation to visit random areas?
Specifically the, by this point, well-acknowledged core gameplay loop of explore, loot, craft.
I thought it was kill, loot, return. This is the core gameplay loop regardless, because the game encourages looting non-junk items as well. Are you arguing that this gameplay loop is beneficial? One of the big criticisms of Fallout 4 is the massive lack of quality content outside of this loop, because explore, loot, craft, and kill, loot, return has, by no means of exaggeration, nothing to do with role-playing.
In practical terms, you begin the game with almost nothing.
You mean like almost every other game?
You loot Sanctuary Hills. You use what you find to slightly improve your gun. That facilitates going to a further away and more dangerous location, looting that, and so on, exploring further and further with better and better weapons and armour.
So this might come as a bit of a shocking revelation, but you don't need to upgrade your gun to go to Concord. This actually has very little impact on the game overall, so upgrading your gun here doesn't facilitate anything, because it is already well within your ability. Weapon and armor modification is nice, but it's not a game changer here, nor is it as essential as he's portraying it to be. You can quite easily complete the game without engaging a weapon or armor modification at all. Not to mention, you're going to be finding better weapons and armor as you play through the game regardless. That's how this typically works. Hell, as far back as Morrowind at least, exploring, looting, and finding better equipment has been a regular part of Bethesda's games. You know, except for the fact that in Fallout 4 they give you a free set of power armor and a minigun in the first 10 minutes of the game. Upgrading your equipment might give you a bit of an edge, and again, it's a nice system to have, and I even have some praises for it coming in the next part of my Fallout 4 analysis, but it's not as revolutionary or necessary as you're trying to make it out to be. I realize I'm saying that a lot, but John is spending a great deal of time trying to make a basic system that is tacked onto this game that's been done countless times before sound like it's the best thing since sliced fucking bread.
Now we'll get back to this exact loop and how it works in Fallout 4 in a second, but I do want to step back and look at the wider picture here. In particular, how Fallout 4 is for the most part unique in the Fallout franchise for even having an identifiable core gameplay loop at all. You see, in any big open game, you're going to have two different tiers of goal at the same time. First, you have a long-term goal. Find the water chip, find Dad, find Benny, find Sean. But these goals are often vague and far off, so generally the game is going to give you smaller, more local, more achievable goals. In Fallout, this is often done through subquests. Stop the Rad Scorpions, Power of the Atom, Ghost Town Gunfight, stuff like that. Local missions that can be resolved in a fairly short period of time. Now this worked fine in Fallout 1 and 2 as every location in the game features quests and the space between them is represented by a map screen. The system however started to run into a bit of difficulty in Fallout 3 and New Vegas, as now the space between major towns wasn't just an abstraction, it was a real space you were travelling through, which thus had to be populated with stuff. This led to many small locations, camps, houses, abandoned farms, which the game flags to you and you can explore, but there's a risk that you could walk away from them empty-handed. And that's a bit of a disaster design-wise, as that teaches the player to not bother exploring in future. Exploration should always yield something.
I think the fact that Fallout 4's core gameplay loop has been identified to be something so simplistic is a testament to how far this franchise has fallen. Especially considering roleplay in a fucking RPG is not part of the core gameplay loop. Other games have core gameplay loops that are handled very well, such as Terraria, where engaging in the loop, dig, fight, and explore is core to progression. Terraria isn't praised for the loop existing, but for being done well. John cites Explore, Loot, Craft as being a core of Fallout 4's gameplay, but again, crafting can be entirely ignored and isn't necessary for progression. Again, it's a nice bonus, but it doesn't make the game. This is almost the equivalent of praising a cake for having a cherry on top. It's not the substance of what the cake is, but a nice little bonus. At its core, Fallout is still about its story, world, and characters. Fallout 4 just handles all of these extremely poorly. As for locations that don't have anything of value in them, again, this is something that happened quite often in Bethesda games. Your proposed solution of tape and desk fans having value makes them no different than stimpaks or ammo in this regard. If a location is lacking loot, throw some ammo in there. If a location is lacking loot, throw some tape in there. This is also just the same argument repackaged that junk items have no use.
And thus we come to Fallout 4. The junk economy is a very elegant answer to this problem.
Junk economy? Junk economy? Mate, it's a fucking basic-ass system that exists in countless other games. This is another perfect example of him making up phrases in order to make something sound more complex and better than it really is. Imagine being so desperate to defend a game that you describe the basic function of collecting resources as dynamic scavenging, and a junk economy being an elegant solution to a few areas in the game being a bit uninteresting.
How do you make every single building in the game worth exploring? By giving every single bit of set dressing potential value.
The answer is, you don't need to, because this problem is far less disastrous than you make it out to be. Fallout 3 and 4 have an overwhelming amount of dungeons. There's probably a comparatively small amount of the player base that has seen every single dungeon in these games. Even if you give random junk items use and value, you're still going to eventually hit that threshold of not giving a shit anymore because you have everything you need. Especially considering the fact that by mid-game, you can just buy a lot of components that you need in bulk. This system doesn't so much increase the amount of dungeons you're going to be exploring, so much as it will increase the amount of items you bring back from each one. Also, just a point worth mentioning, but dungeoneering is never what Fallout has been about. Dungeons were set pieces for quests and part of the narrative, but they weren't the entire point of the game. Filling up the empty space in the world with potentially interesting locations to explore is a good thing because it fills up the world, but it's still just set dressing, in the same fashion that random junk items are. These items were never the core of previous Fallout or modern Bethesda titles, in the same way random dungeons aren't a part of Fallout's core gameplay.
If anything, the loot might have been a bit too compelling. Remember just after Fallout 4 launched, there was a whole bunch of webcomics that made the joke players were too busy crafting to bother finding Sean. That's a symptom of a core gameplay loop so strong that it's hard to break away from it to focus on the wider macro goal, though don't worry, we'll get back to the issues of your mission to find Sean later.
If this gameplay loop is so strong that it breaks the primary goal of the game, isn't that a bad thing? Typically, a side feature shouldn't overshadow the more important aspects of a game to this degree. We're about 15 minutes into the video, and he's barely said anything of substance. See, this is the thing I really can't stand about these in defense of type videos, which is absolutely what this video is. The discussion of the objective quality of the games falls by the wayside in favor of trying to score points in defense of the game. That's not to say that he's intentionally trying to deceive people. I don't know what his intentions are, but it seems pretty clear that some mental gymnastics are going on here in order to justify the idea that this game is better than people think. The thing is, many bad games can have small positives you can pick out of them, but that doesn't change the fact that those games are still bad. The fact that he has to do so much work here in order to make these systems seem great should be representative of just how little he actually has to work with. A rather simple system about looting crafting materials and spreading those materials around the world in a logical way can't be described as such because it doesn't sound interesting. It has to be described with terms like dynamic scavenging or junk economy to make it sound better than it is. Looting junk can't simply be described as looting junk because that sounds unappealing. In many ways it functions basically as a chore, largely because it is. The material gathering stage of any game is often the least appealing or most tedious aspect because it's rarely ever designed to be a hyper-engaging aspect of the game. In the case of Fallout 4, collecting garbage is literally just picking up junk as you come across it. John's description of this system is basically the equivalent of a garbage collector describing their job as a sanitation specialist.
This, by the way, was one of Fallout 76's critical mistakes. By reintroducing weapon and armor condition into the game and making junk the currency used to maintain them, in 76 it's entirely feasible that you could go looting, but if the haul is a bit low, you could end up weaker than when you began in junk terms. In Fallout 4, as condition isn't an issue, that can't happen. Every single item you pick up brings you closer to improving your arsenal, and every improvement you make will be with you forever.
Again, an over-exaggeration of how deep the system goes. This really shouldn't need to be said, but not every single item you pick up will necessarily help towards your goals. It's entirely possible to collect a shit ton of basic materials that don't actually progress towards improving your equipment in any way. Yes, every material is usable for something, but not every material will hold the value he's pushing that it does due to your individual goals. You even gave an example of this. Thanks to dynamic scavenging, items such as screws will become far less valuable than adhesive.
But again, all of this is meaningless if the final stage of the loot, crafting, doesn't hold up. And I'd argue that the modular weapon crafting system of Fallout 4 is a huge step forward for the franchise, building on some of the best ideas in New Vegas.
I'm feeling like a broken record at this point, but yet again he's overhyping this system. The weapon modification system isn't too bad, but it does have some issues. I like the concept, just not the implementation. Many weapons share identical upgrades, and it goes a long way to making a lot of weapons feel very similar to each other. Just for an example, you could take the assault rifle and the combat rifle and modify them into very similar weapons with marginal differences several times over. This is true for many weapons in the game. There's a mod for the plasma gun to make it function similar to a flamethrower, so if you have one, why would you ever pick up the other? It's just a very similar thing to the thing you already have. Also, weapon modification was definitely not what people considered among New Vegas' best ideas. New Vegas is held in high regard because of its well-made factions, interesting NPCs, well-designed quests, expanding skill applications, well-written dialogue, and more. You know, role-playing stuff. In fact, it's quite an amusing thing to point out that Tim Kaine, the creator of Fallout, is quoted as saying, "My idea is to explore more of the world, more of the ethics of a post-nuclear world, not to make a better plasma gun." And yet here's John, using a weapon modification system to defend a game that is utterly lacking any kind of deep exploration of ethics or groups in the post-nuclear world.
You see, for a long time Fallout had a problem with linear weapon progression. Basically this means that certain weapons are simply objectively superior to others, meaning you have no reason not to trade up from one to the next as they become available. The problem this creates is it makes playthroughs very similar. You know that certain weaker guns will be traded out as early as possible. And at the other extreme, you know that the moment you get your hands on certain weapons, there will never be any reason to stop using them. From the Turbo Plasma Rifle in Fallout 1, to the Pulse Rifle in Fallout 2, or Vengeance and Lincoln's Repeater in Fallout 3, these are objectively superior weapons to anything else you're going to find. It was New Vegas that started the process of fixing this problem, through adding a limited array of mods that could be fixed to particular weapons. While this didn't stop weapons eventually falling out of use, it did mean that you could choose to invest in a particular weapon and give it a powerful edge that would extend its lifetime, and let you keep using a weapon of your choice. In a way, Fallout 4's modular weapon crafting system is just a logical, if very significant, extension of this. Now, every gun can be modded extensively. Your 10mm pistol isn't doomed to redundancy within the first 10 minutes of the game. Instead, if you want, rush to gun nut 1, slap a powerful receiver on it, you've got yourself a good early to mid game weapon. And once you get into energy weapons, you can pretty much do anything. Turn a pistol into a shotgun, add fire damage, the world is your oyster. It was a really fun way to imagine energy weapons though. Rather than just being superior in power, as in Fallout 1 and 2, their strength now is in flexibility, allowing them to be introduced into the game much earlier. And you know what, I'm just going to mention this here, I love what Fallout 4 did with energy weapons. Rather than being a distinct class, as in every previous Fallout game, leading to that slightly awkward mid-game moment, when you realise all the best weapons from now on are going to be energy weapons, which you haven't been investing in, because you haven't really seen any energy weapons so far, so now you have to spend a few boring levels just piling points into energy weapons to make them usable.
So he makes it sound like you absolutely need to invest in energy weapons. But again, this is totally untrue. They're clearly more powerful, but it's totally valid to completely ignore them if you so choose. He also tries to make it sound like investing in energy weapons becomes this tedious task when it's really not. If you want to make a mid-game switch, just play the game normally and invest towards it. I did on my first ever playthrough of Fallout 1, though to big guns instead of energy weapons. I proceeded through the game with little issue. Additionally, the fact that energy weapons are a mid-game item is a trade-off for speccing into stronger, more efficient weapons. John presents energy weapons as some sort of necessity for having access to the strongest weapons in the game, but small and big guns are both completely viable weapon classes. In the case of small guns, the trade-off is that the weapons are cheap and readily available at all times.
Not anymore. In Fallout 4, rifles and energy rifles are deemed to be the same class in terms of perk investment, so you can transition whenever you want, with the limiting factor often being that energy weapons need a lot of rare materials to modify. But that's brilliant, because now the choice is in the hands of the player. In Fallout 1 and 2, the game just refuses to let you have an energy weapon until the mid-game, so screw you if you tag that skill, I suppose. Fallout 4 takes a much more nuanced position. You're welcome to use energy weapons straight away, but it will take careful scavenging to find the high-tech components you need.
So tagging small guns or energy weapons in Fallout 1 and 2 was more of an investment on which part of the game you wanted to be easier or harder. With small guns, the start of the game would tend to be easier due to your access to them, but late game would be harder due to your inexperience with energy weapons. With energy weapons tagged, the situation was reversed, in which the early game is more of a challenge, but becomes easier as you start finding energy weapons to use. Regardless, both are completely viable by themselves. There is no skill investment that is required to be made.
Especially as, at the same time, conventional firearms are much cheaper and easier to mod with common resources. And this is a good time to mention something I'd like you to try and keep in mind. That way of dealing with energy weapons, where the game gives you a lot of freedom to do things your own way if you choose to, Fallout 4 does this a lot, and more than many people seem to give it credit for. So, as I say, just bear that in mind going forward. We'll be revisiting that idea.
So this is just setting something up for later on, but I just wanted to make sure people took note of it, because he's actually going to try to argue that Fallout 4 has choice. He did a similar thing with his Fallout 3 video, where he exaggerated the complexity of situations and available choices to make it sound as though the people criticizing the game over a lack of choices were flat out wrong or misguided or something. What he's already setting up here is arguing from the perspective that you could choose how to play the game and how to handle situations in a very generalized sort of way, and framing it as though a basic function of how open world games work is a specific design choice to allow the player to have freedom and choice, similar to how he said running away is a valid choice when, again, it's a basic function of how open world games work. You can run away from encounters in Morrowind too, but it isn't a game series lauded for its choice and consequences. I'll address this more when we properly get to it, but the criticism that there's little choice in Fallout 4 is due to there being far less choice in handling situations and quests than even Fallout 3 had. Yes, you can choose the faction you side with. You can make some very minor, negligible choices in side quests that don't impact much, but the handling of conflicts between groups, and the ability to potentially solve them peacefully, is near non-existent in this game. Off the top of my head, there's an entire singular quest that's about different groups in conflict that could be solved peacefully, and that's Order Up, which is a quest that could be finished in a minute, not even joking.
Now, let's get back to weapons in general, because there's a key point here I need to stress about why this system works. There is no best mod ever. Every weapon you build, you're choosing a specialization. You never just make a weapon better. You make it better in one way and thereby turn down something else. If it's as powerful as it can be, for example, it might be heavier or fire slower. We often talk about building characters in Fallout. In Fallout 4, you're also building your gun, and I do believe that some people in Bethesda were thinking about guns almost as if they were part of your own character build, given they added the ability for you to name your arsenal, suggesting they knew you might spend more time with each gun and get a bit attached. And I can say, in my first survival mode run, I absolutely did.
Yes, it is cool that I have a lot of options in terms of gun customization. However, in what way does the ability to name my gun translate to it being a part of character building? Similar to previous comments such as dynamic scavenging and junk economy, I feel like this is just another layer of meaningless fluff to ham up this game's weapon customization. Also, the ability to name your custom weapon should be expected. It's a way to sort them in your inventory or easily distinguish them from the 20 other weapons you're carrying. Why would giving the player the ability to name their weapons be likened to character building? Once again, in similar fashion, Morrowind allowed you to make custom spells and enchanted items in which you have the ability to name your spells or enchanted items.
But of course there's another side to the discussion about weapons too, and prepare yourselves because I'm about to say a controversial thing. I love the legendary system. I think it adds so much to the game in so many ways.
So this is something he did a few times with his Fallout 3 video, and it's something he does several times in this video, to the point of it becoming obnoxious. But John will specifically highlight certain subjects as being controversial, almost as though he's trying to provoke a reaction. There's at least once in his Fallout 3 video where he said the line, "Prepare your best angry comments now!" And in this video he repeats the line about torches and pitchforks or something to that effect several times. But what he's actually doing here is a fallacy called poisoning the well. It's where you try to preemptively discredit your opposition by presenting negative information about them, so what they say won't be taken seriously. The way he's doing it here is by presenting his opposition as some irrational, aggressive mob, and it comes across as really disingenuous and fake. This will get more apparent as we get deeper into this video. Now, I'm not sure if this is intentional or not, but he's actually highlighting something as being controversial here that isn't nearly as controversial as other aspects of Fallout 4. There's certainly some criticism towards the legendary system, but as far as I've seen personally, it wasn't anything I really saw people getting up in arms about, and more so just giving general criticism towards it, because it ends up being a relatively small part of the overall game that does have its own issues, which I will cover momentarily.
Firstly, it gets rid of the old problem that once you've got a strong enough gun, you know you'll never find anything better, because anytime you could come across an instigating variant of your favourite weapon, or an explosive shotgun, or an automatic that applies extra flat damage per bullet. Once I found a plasma-infused minigun. That was a good day. You can do as much crafting as you want, but you'll never be absolutely certain this is now the only gun you'll ever need. A better weapon or piece of armour might be waiting just around the corner. Even better, the possibility of legendaries appearing anywhere further reinforces an incentive to search every building, as even a low-level critter can spawn a game-changing bit of gear, and that adds a huge amount to replayability.
Not needing to replace your gun because it's strong isn't a problem. It's a core part of progression and design that exists in many games. Also, you know how previous Bethesda games handled this? Weapon and armor durability. I don't carry one super powerful weapon in Morrowind or Oblivion or New Vegas, because the game encourages switching them up and different types of weapons might be suitable for different situations, especially in Fallout. Besides, what you're arguing here barely kicks the can down the road. You cite examples of legendary weapons being better than their default counterparts as evidence that it's always possible to find something stronger, but the very examples you use are likely some of the best modifiers you can get and never need to replace them. As for these pieces of gear being game changers, there will be few and far between that will make that significant of a change upon your game. Just for a point of reference, I've played Fallout 4 for close to 400 hours, and I can't remember getting a single legendary item that was so significant as to change the game in any meaningful way for me. In fact, most legendary items I got ended up being totally worthless to me, as I had better equipment already. I'm talking items like a wooden board that does extra damage to Mirelurks, or literally just any low-tier melee weapon, or pieces of armor that slightly reduce damage from certain arbitrary sources, such as ghouls or super mutants. Much of the criticism this system receives is due to it essentially acting like enchantments from the Elder Scrolls series. It isn't a horrible system on its own merits, it just feels extremely out of place with the way it's implemented. It makes absolutely no sense in Fallout for weapons to have these effects for no discernible reason, such as damage bonuses to certain enemy types, or dealing more damage if you're addicted to chems, or never having to reload, or straight up magically transmuting properties into bullets or wooden boards, such as radiation damage, or freezing damage, or explosive rounds, or fire damage, or even poison damage. One feature of New Vegas that was praised was ammo types, and for some reason, Bethesda decided to not follow through with that and return to generic ammo for everything. But wait, there's guns that magically turn your bullets into plasma or poison bullets for no reason. New Vegas had weapons that had bonus effects, but they were generally more grounded in reality. Bonus limb damage or bonus crit chance, stuff like that. They generally didn't involve more unusual effects without good reason.
If anything, my only complaint with this system is Bethesda were a bit too generous with the guaranteed reward and shop spawns, as you can get some really good weapons that way, though there is definitely still room for finding and crafting some better stuff. Now, I can hear the angry hordes approaching already, and I know what they're about to say just before the pitchforking begins. John, they'll cry as they light the bonfire. Regardless of how well the system you're describing may or may not work, that doesn't change the fact that these mechanics are fundamentally those of a looter shooter, and not an RPG. Checkmate, burn the witch.
See what I mean? He presents a rather basic opinion, as if it's this big controversial thing that he's going to be attacked for, while also trying to make his opposition seem unreasonable. Generally speaking, the expectation for a structured critique is a presentation of objective information as opposed to relying on a personal narrative. John opts for the latter in order to frame the idea of Fallout 4 being a looter shooter as some sort of hyper-heated, controversial debate in order to poison the well, as seen through his repetitive comments about the angry mob that doesn't really exist. It really comes off as disingenuous when you specifically go out of your way to moan about how putting forward your arguments will result in getting attacked for them. Also, people who disagree with you or criticize you aren't attacking you. Just say what you've got to say and be judged for how well you put your information and arguments forward. Don't do this pathetic playing the victim bit, because anyone who isn't a die-hard fan of yours can see right through it.
Seriously, I've seen this one being thrown around a lot, so apparently we need to discuss a bit of gaming history here, because I think the term looter shooter gets some folks a bit upset, possibly because it has shooter in it, so that means it's further down the RPG to FPS spectrum, and thus represents a dumbing down of Fallout.
And this is what we call strawmanning. Also, he's acting like the people who make this complaint are brain-dead morons who can't differentiate the fact that the word shooter alone doesn't make it less of an RPG. John really has an issue with his condescending attitude that he needs to fix. Seriously, people aren't morons for thinking differently than you. Anyways, he's trying to kill two birds with one stone here. He's trying to discredit the argument that Fallout is being dumbed down, which is no less than an objective fact I'll demonstrate momentarily. And he's trying to do so by painting the opposition as believing this because there's more of a focus on looting and shooting. Focusing on making shooting better doesn't take away from it being an RPG, and the looting systems you described neither adds to nor takes away from the RPG aspects of it being an RPG. People make these criticisms and complaints due to the fact that the games are getting far more simplistic in terms of mechanics, story, choices, and consequences, and this is something that has plagued the Elder Scrolls series too. I can't speak to Arena or Daggerfall, since I haven't played them yet, But Morrowind was very much reliant on the stats and skills system. Moving into Oblivion, many skills got cut outright, and your ability to engage in certain mechanics and abilities were reduced as well, such as enchanting and spellmaking. Skills were still important to the core of the game, but just a bit less than in Morrowind. Fallout 3 is kind of on the same tier, though traits weren't carried over from Fallout 1 and 2, and generally Fallout 3 provides a much more simplified experience as compared to the original two games. Skyrim by far is the biggest leap in terms of dumbing down and stripping out of mechanics. While a simplistic perk system was added as an additional character building aspect, attributes as a whole were gutted, and birth signs were relegated to a semi-permanent bonus from a runestone, rather than a locked-in aspect of character creation that you had to think about. Additionally, classes as a whole were removed, and now any skill leveling up progressed towards your overall level, instead of having a select few skills that were core to leveling up, but all others didn't progress your level. Before, raising your attributes would impact many aspects of your character, such as their magic resistance, speed, stamina, health, and so forth. This has been reduced into an extremely basic choice of picking which of the 3 colored bars you want to extend. It is factually dumbing down the mechanics of the game by removing classes, so now you don't have to decide which skills are important to you, and by removing attributes and replacing them with 3 colored bars, because picking which of your attributes to raise is far more complex. Fallout 4 did the reverse, where special still exists, but skills were torn out by the root, and with them all the systems they supported as a result, such as skills being used in speech checks or as ways to deal with situations or solve quests, along with actually having to choose your tag skills, because obviously that cannot exist when skills as a whole don't either. People don't call this game dumbed down because it does shooting better or because there's a junk looting system. They call it a dumbed down looter shooter because it factually strips out or oversimplifies many core RPG and character building aspects that existed in the previous games. And the few they leave in generally have less weight in your character build. You not only admit yourself, but praise the fact that looting is a core aspect of the game now. You quite generously labeled the cycle Explore, Loot, Craft, when in reality it's just kill, loot, return with a nicer coat of paint. The core gameplay of Fallout 1, 2, and New Vegas was about dealing with characters and conflicts. Your skills or knowledge often impacted your ability to do so. Fallout 4 replaces that, with killing generic enemies and looting generic junk in a near infinite loop. It's quite easily demonstrated by the Radiant quests, and a large majority of Fallout 4's quests are exclusively about looting or shooting, with little variation in between. To say this game has been dumbed down from its predecessors is no less than the objective truth. Fallout 1, 2, and New Vegas often had quests that present you with a conflict or moral quandary to solve. The Gecko power plant contaminating the water of Vault City, the bigots of Broken Hills, GI Blues, Hard Luck Blues, Come Fly With Me, Ghost Town Gunfight, That Lucky Old Sun. The list goes on. Sure, these games did have kill quests and collection quests, but they didn't dominate the available list of quests to the degree they do in Fallout 4. Many of the quests here are incredibly simplistic. Collect this, kill that, do a dungeon to get a thing, and only rarely would there be any sort of quest involving groups in conflict that could be solved peacefully. Off the top of my head is Blind Betrayal, which is somewhat decent. Order Up, which is incredibly simplistic, and over in a minute, maybe 2 or 3 if you really stretch it out. Imogene Takes a Lover, which is again, rather simplistic. Dependency, another quest that can be solved in just a minute or 2. In Sheep's Clothing, which is also super short and just a charisma check to end. The Big Dig can be ended peacefully with a charisma check at the end, and the Morowski Heist is a somewhat simplistic quest that can be ended peacefully. The large majority of Fallout 4's quests are often about killing or collecting things, and the ones that aren't are incredibly simplistic, such as Here Kitty Kitty, Kid in a Fridge, Silver Shroud, Trouble Brewing, Short Stories, Pull the Plug, Public Knowledge, Pikmin's Gift, Curtain Call, Confidence Man, tradecraft, mass fusion, powering up, hole in the wall. The list goes on. Framing it as anything else is just dishonest, especially when the entire point of your video is to defend Fallout 4 from criticism, which you'd think would require some actual research into what that criticism is, rather than just strawmanning and saying whatever is convenient.
But this just doesn't really stand up to any level of scrutiny. First, just a reminder, looter shooters as an entire, admittedly slightly wibbly defined subgenre, were a variant on loot-heavy RPGs. Diablo is often mentioned as one of the important inspirations, with Diablo 2 lead David Brevik running an early online test with Hellgate London, though the first big success was most likely Borderlands, coming out in October 2009, which very conveniently started selling very well indeed at just the same time as development was starting and big decisions were being made on Fallout 4. The looter shooter has always been an offshoot of RPGs, and often features plenty of character build and upgrade options to build your character in the direction you want, which is a pretty core part of, an RPG. And even by the standards of looter shooters, Fallout 4 really skews back towards RPGs and away from the direction plenty of other looter shooters developed. Fallout 4 doesn't put twitch shooter gameplay at the centre of the action. There are no classes, instead sticking with a complex character build and upgrade system. There's no online focus, and your effectiveness with a weapon and how you utilise it is much more a function of your character build and crafting choices than the inherent numbers of the gun itself.
John is still conveniently ignoring the fact that the description of Fallout 4 as a looter shooter is not a criticism of the game improving on looting and shooting. The common criticism comes from the fact that Fallout 4 is lacking in many RPG elements that are specifically important to the Fallout series as a whole, involving dialogue, quests, and story. This is akin to an Elder Scrolls game failing to have good dungeons and combat. Regardless of how good other features may be, even if they're considered RPG elements, a series that emphasizes specific mechanics should excel at them. Even the complex character build and upgrade system, as John describes it, fails to allow creation of unique character builds because typical characters will find them picking up similar perks for weapon damage, lockpicking, and hacking, along with the problem of charisma being an objectively better stat, due to its direct in-game uses in the game's extremely limited dialogue system.
But here's the crucial bit and the point that hopefully will stop the pitchforking. I don't actually think Fallout 4 is a looter shooter at all. You absolutely 100% don't have to engage with any looting. You can have a perfectly good time playing this game without ever touching a piece of junk. The reason for that is, to compare Fallout 4 with its distant uncle Borderlands, the rate of weapon obsolescence is miles apart. In Borderlands, you need to be constantly changing out your weapons. Every time you level up, new stuff becomes available. You're going to be routinely throwing out your arsenal to pick up new stuff instead. In Fallout 4, let's say you've done the early game Brotherhood quest for Dance and Arcjet. You now have a legendary lucky laser rifle, Righteous Authority. And if you want to, you can keep using that to the end of the game. Every 10 to 15 levels, you'll unlock a new rank of science, then you can improve it a bit further. If you need materials, buy them. Junk traders are literally all over the shop if you'd rather not spend your time looting. I just don't think it's right to call Fallout 4 a looter shooter if all aspects of looting are optional.
So despite you saying this is part of the core gameplay loop, of which you said may have been too hard to break, you're now saying it's totally optional. What John's neglecting to mention here is that looting isn't exclusive to junk. Much of the game encourages looting in general. Armor, weapons, magazines, stimpaks, and chems, ammo, caps. But that's besides the point, as looting isn't even an issue as explained previously. It's essentially just some nice icing on a fairly shitty cake. It's also worth noting that only a short while ago, he claimed the legendary system fixed the old problem of never finding a better weapon, but now he's saying a weapon you get early on can last to the end of the game.
Firstly, it gets rid of the old problem that once you've got a strong enough gun, you know you'll never find anything better.
A few moments later.
You now have a legendary lucky laser rifle, Righteous Authority. And if you want to, you can keep using that to the end of the game.
So one weapon being strong enough that you'll never have to replace it was an issue. But here's a weapon strong enough and you never have to replace it and it's super duper?
any more than you can call it a building game, given it also contains an entirely optional building mode. In fact, it almost sounds like, and stop me if I'm being crazy here, that these are all things you could choose to do, in a world where you have the freedom to do or not do any of them.
Similar to what he did frequently in his Fallout 3 video, John presents flimsy evidence that can be demonstrably proven to be false. It is an undeniable, objective fact that the settlement building feature is a requirement of the main story in order to complete, through needing to build the teleporter to reach the Institute, and therefore you also need to collect the components for it as well. In fact, you're required to use this system if you want to complete the game for the Minutemen, Brotherhood, or Railroad, as they require you to build artillery, parts for Liberty Prime, and defenses respectively as part of a quest. Also, you can see him trying to emphasize that this game has choice again, when this is very clearly not what people are referring to when they say they want choice in these games. On top of this, looting being optional does not change the fact this game is clearly designed with this system at its core. Dark Souls can be beaten without engaging in any typical RPG elements, such as dialogue or levels. Does that mean Dark Souls isn't an RPG? Dishonored can be beaten by running in and mowing down enemies. Does that mean Dishonored isn't a stealth game? Crusader Kings can be played non-strategically. Does that mean Crusader Kings isn't a strategy game? Unlike the building system you mentioned, looting is a core part of the game. To claim that Fallout 4 cannot be called a looter shooter because the looting system is optional is extremely misleading and dishonest.
Like I say, if you enjoy town building, you could set up a network of scavenging stations to automatically generate junk without having to do any looting yourself, or set up caravan points so that traders will come to you, allowing you to trade the excess food and water that your settlement produces for whatever materials you need. This is something I never really see anybody talking about, by the way. Settlements have real gameplay utility for those who wish to play as a builder and trader, and that's pretty much a first for Fallout, that you can actually run your own town that attracts merchants. You can trade for what it needs or invest in your own stores, so your own townsfolk can bring in passive income for you, and you don't need the shops in established towns anymore. You can simply handle all of your buying and selling inside your own towns. It's almost like, I don't know, the game gives you that freedom I mentioned before, where you could take the role of a town mayor, or a prospector, or a mercenary, where the gameplay facilitates you being able to take on any of these multiple roles. I don't know, there must be a name for this sort of thing. Yeah, it's time to address the LERPG in the room. Let's discuss character building.
That's fine and all, but no matter what you do, you're always going to be Nate the Mayor, or Nate the Prospector, or Nate the Mercenary, or alternatively, Nora the Mayor, Prospector, Mercenary, and so forth. You get my meaning. Being the same person who can do multiple different jobs is far different from playing as your own character that you create. One of the big criticisms of this game is the fact you absolutely cannot create the backstory for your own character. It's set in stone from the outset. Your only other option is to completely ignore the intro and pretend it doesn't exist, which is a failure of the intro. In Fallout 1 and 2, some aspects of your character were established. You were a vault dweller, or a tribal descendant of that vault dweller. But besides that, your history was pretty much open to interpretation, and this allowed a fairly wide variety of character backstories you could write for yourself if you decided to do so. Fallout 3 cut the legs out from under this ability to character build by deciding nearly every aspect of your life for you by the time the game proper starts. You know who your friends and bullies are, you know who your father is, you know your mother is dead, and you know you're 19 years old by the time you exit the vault. New Vegas was the most open in this regard, as the only things established about your character is the fact that you were working as a courier and you got shot in the head by Benny and survived. On the other side of this, every single mainline Elder Scrolls game to date has started off with you being an entirely nameless prisoner who may or may not have committed a crime to land themselves in jail. All other backstory is a complete blank slate for you to write whatever the fuck you want into it. Fallout 4 guts this entirely. You don't get to make your own character, you simply pick one of two to play as, either Nate or Nora. Sure, you can change their appearance, or their names. You can pick their special builds, and what perks they get as you play the game. but who they are is set in stone. Nate is a veteran who fought in a war. Nora is a law school graduate. The two are married and have a son together. Even their personalities are hard-locked into being either sarcastic asshole or local superhero, and the lack of a karma system and evil choices in general takes away from the ability for your character to be a morally dubious or even straight up villainous person. This destroys the player's ability to decide who their character is, harder than the nukes destroyed the pre-war world.
You know, the strange thing for me isn't that Fallout 4 made some big changes to character building, is that it took so long to happen. In terms of how Special works, I think Fallout 4 might be my favourite Fallout game of all, and that's largely down to a change that looks minor on paper, but has a huge impact. The reduction of your starting special points from 40 down to 28. This was massively overdue, mainly as the old system, 40 special points divided between 7 primary statistics, meant that you could be perfectly competent in 6 stats, and then a world-class genius with a special of 10 in a stat of your choice. Maybe even more curiously, you could be literally as good as it was possible to be in 2 different primary stats, and still have a respectable enough score of 4 in the other 5. It feels very generous to me. To my mind, it just seems reasonable that if you want to be as intelligent, or strong, or agile as it's physically possible for a human to be, then go ahead and do that, but surely there should be a compromise somewhere.
This is something I actually agree with here. Special points have been a bit too generous in the past, so them being a limiting factor in character build here, it's certainly a good choice by the developers. Or at least, it would be, if the entire perk system didn't undermine this entirely. In Fallout 3 and New Vegas, special could be raised using perks, however even this was limited in those games. In Fallout 4, the entire point of reducing special points at the start of the game is completely undermined by the fact that you can raise every single one of them to max using perks. And because you get a perk every single level, the only limiting factor is how fast you can level.
Special balance is another issue that the franchise has struggled with in various ways. While there's no special stat that's especially useless in old Fallout, there is one that's typically noted as very strong. If you look over Fallout 1 and 2 character build guides, you'll see a pattern emerging: very high agility. After all, it doesn't matter whether you're planning to use guns or melee, whether you want to stand and fight or run away. In a world where all of your in-combat actions and movements are controlled by action points, you're gonna want plenty of them. This was a very minor thing though. The real trouble started in Fallout 3. You see, with weapon strength requirements removed, and a new carry weight formula that was fairly generous to low strength characters, anybody who wasn't going for melee didn't need strength. And Perception, in a move so baffling I'm still convinced it must be some kind of mistake, had no impact on your chance to hit, and instead just modified your compass ticks, leading to an odd situation where you might find yourself taking Perception you absolutely don't want or need just to access the excellent Perception perks, Sniper and better criticals. Now, Fallout New Vegas did restore weapon strength requirements, and then took away Fallout 3's blended Charisma speech system, making Charisma basically useless and giving birth to the Charisma 1 Speech 100 monstrosity. Perception was still completely useless as well. And then came Fallout 4 with a rebalanced special system and 28 points to invest in it. And that's brilliant, because that means your starting point is now an average of 4 points per primary stat. If you want to be a genius with 10 intelligence, your other stats are now on average 3 each. Want to be the world's strongest and smartest man? Great! Enjoy having 2s and 1s in your other 5 stats. This has always made me think a lot harder about every single special point. In Fallout 3 or New Vegas, bumping up intelligence straight to 9 is just something I do without thinking at the start of each game, as if being a near genius is some non-event. In Fallout 4, I'll rarely go higher than 7, because the cost and compromise seems too high elsewhere. Instead, a 9 or a 10 might be something I choose to work up to during the game, which makes perfect sense, having to invest in your character over time to get them an elite primary stat. More generally, this feels incredibly Fallout-y to me. Specifically, Fallout 4's entire special system reminds me of the classic Fallout trait system. As a reminder, traits are almost always double-edged swords. They allow you to give yourself a particular advantage, but always at a cost. The 28-point special system feels like that principle taken to its logical conclusion. Unlike every previous Fallout game, where you're welcome to be both a world-class expert at one thing and a competent all-rounder in everything else too, in Fallout 4, any expertise must be paid for by being below average elsewhere.
It is beyond fucking absurd to compare limited special points to traits. The two are nothing alike. Traits would often give game-changing attributes to your character, both a positive and a negative, such as Finesse, which increases critical chance by 10%, but all attacks do 30% less damage, or Gifted, which increases all special by 1, but all skills are reduced by 10%, or Trigger Discipline, which causes weapons to fire 20% more slowly, but are 20% more accurate, or Feral Kid, from the cancelled and unfinished Van Buren, which would have increased throwing range to Strength times 4, instead of Strength times 3. But your limit of companions is reduced by 1. Traits offered significant gameplay changes, even something as simple as Hoarder, which grants an extra 25 pounds of carry weight, but you suffer a -1 to all special stats if you're carrying less than 160 pounds, which causes you to rethink how you play the game in certain aspects. You may find yourself picking up random, literal useless junk, almost like a real hoarder, in order to satisfy this requirement. On the other hand, New Vegas' Logan's Loophole can completely change the late game, as the level cap can be lowered by as much as 20 depending on what DLC is owned, but chems become far more reliable to make up for this loss, as they're effective for twice as long and you cannot become addicted to them. Saying that limiting the special points is the natural conclusion of the trait system is an absurd comparison, because special just isn't all that impactful in Fallout 4 and has nowhere near the variety of benefits or drawbacks as the traits in the previous games had. Also, I didn't know taking the trait system to its natural conclusion involves stripping the system out entirely. He's drawing a connection here that just simply does not exist. Yes, you have to balance your special points, which might mean sacrificing one stat for another, but again, special is less impactful than it was previously, with the exception of perks being locked behind them.
But then of course there's the thing. We have to talk about the thing. The thing that always comes up when anyone discusses Fallout 4's character build system. And I'm going to say something now that makes me wonder whether I actually enjoy the pitchforking, but it's something that needs to be said. Skill points are not, and never have been, a good way of representing and controlling your aptitude in key skills. They were long overdue for a rework. Fallout 1's mechanics were closely modelled on the GURPS system, which was first created in 1986, and we were still using something close to it in 2010's New Vegas. Okay, do you know part of the reason why tabletop games represent skills as numbers? It's because when a game is happening entirely on a table, the easiest way to generate a random result is a dice that generates a number, and thus the easiest way to check how well your character did is to also have your skill represented as a number, easily accessible on a character sheet so you can see whether your stat is higher or lower than the dice roll. But most RPGs today do not actually have visible dice rolls, they're going on in the background. And even more than that, we don't see the calculation, we just have numbers and a result. Say in New Vegas, I put 6 skill points into barter, repair, and guns. How much better are the prices I get? How much more accurate am I with a gun? How much more can I repair my gear? I don't know, because the game doesn't say how it's working it out. The moment the mechanic is a secret back-end thing, then skills as a number have no meaning. It's madness. You can invest in skills and have no way of knowing what that did without checking the wiki.
So there's another pitchforking comment. That certainly isn't getting tiring. So in this entire segment, he's trying to justify the removal of skills on Bethesda's behalf. He's trying to frame this as a good thing. First thing of note is that he says they were overdue for a rework. A rework. Tearing the entire system out by the root is not what a rework is. Maybe the skill system needed to be rebalanced, or reworked in some ways. I'd agree with the sentiment that it's not a perfect system, but fixing a flawed system usually entails adjusting that system, not outright deleting it from existence. Next, he specifically highlights that Fallout 1's mechanics were based on the GURPS system, which was created in 1986, and that we were still using it in 2010, as though the system being old in itself is a bad thing. Remember earlier how he said people would point out that Fallout 4 was new, as if that was some kind of gotcha moment? He's doing the same thing here but in reverse, citing how old something is instead. If anything, I'd argue that a system being used that long is a testament to how good it is. But John is treating it as though it's out of date simply because it's old. Age is a valid argument against things that can go bad or expire, like food, not a concept like RPG mechanics. I'd like to point out, for the record, that the wheel was created thousands of years ago and is still used today. We didn't just get rid of it simply because it was created a long time ago. Next, he tries to argue that skills being represented as numbers have no meaning to the player, because we do not know the calculations going on in the background. Except that's total bullshit. It might require a bit of explanation, just to make things a bit more clear, but otherwise it's fairly easy to understand that raising your skills generally increases the benefits they provide. Exact numbers aren't necessary, because learning that your guns are going to shoot 1 or 2% more accurately means little to the player that raising a skill alone won't already inherently tell them. Not to mention, there's so many complex interactions under the hood that it's nearly impossible to tell how things will work exactly. To take an example from another Bethesda game, in Morrowind, bartering with an NPC isn't based solely on your mercantile skill, it's based on the NPC's skill too. So an item that may sell for 300 gold to one NPC may sell for 350 to another if you have the same mercantile skill in both interactions and they don't. I don't know if it works the same way in Fallout 3 and New Vegas, but it does show how complex skill interaction can be. He highlights 3 examples here: shooting, bartering, and repairing. For shooting, it's generally harder to actively portray in a blatant manner to the player how much better their shooting is, due to an increase. Especially since an increase of a few skill points is marginal at best. A solution to this would be to have the level up screen display general information as you hover over each skill, and how much your points will increase your benefits from that skill before you lock them in. This actually applies to bartering and just about all other skills in general. He says outright that the moment the calculations are a secret back-end thing, then skills portrayed as numbers have no meaning, and that it's madness! As if stating such a thing just makes it true. Despite skill levels like 15 and 90 being part of back-end calculations, the player can infer that these numbers represent general incompetence and expertise respectively. When I was 12 years old and playing Morrowind for the first time, the function of skills was explained to me in basic terms, and I've understood ever since. I didn't need to know the background calculations. Either that or I figured it out for myself, I can't remember exactly. But I do know that I didn't have the internet back then, so I couldn't just look it up. To quote Mr. Caption's Fallout 4 video, which is absolutely worth a watch.
There was an article a long time ago from Bethesda before the game's release about why this was done, and it was for 2 reasons. In addition to showing why these 2 reasons are not excuses for what happened to the skill system of Fallout, I plan on carefully deconstructing the new perk system and why it's a complete downgrade in almost every way. The 2 things Bethesda hoped to fix with this new system was a perceived overcomplexity from the old one, and that the old one was supposedly too limiting in your options when you were leveling up. Let me first get everyone on general ground as to how it used to work. In Fallout 1, 2, 3, and New Vegas, when you leveled up you would get skill points, usually around 10 to 12 to maybe 14 of them. You could distribute these points in any number to any number of skills in the game. The goal of this was to get your skills as high as possible, because the higher they were, the more their effects benefited you. After this, you would either, at every level or at every other level, pick a perk. A perk is a new trait of your character that somehow affects certain aspects of the game for you and provides a great benefit to certain features or mechanics in the game, assuming they weren't functionally broken. With this understanding made, let's talk about how supposedly overcomplex the original system is. It's not. I have no idea who Bethesda thinks they're fooling with this shit, and I cannot imagine there exists a person who is genuinely confused to the point of no longer enjoying the game by the skill system. It's incredibly simple. You raise points and skills get better, then you pick a perk. That's all there is to it. I have no idea how someone can be flummoxed by that, and if you really can't get a grip on how that works, I'm afraid you may not be smart enough to play Fallout.
But here's the crucial bit. It actively, specifically doesn't work in a video game.
Except in all those games that it works fine in. Imagine making the argument that a system that's been around for decades and is a staple of many RPGs has not worked, despite being a core part of those RPGs. John's argument isn't just taking shots at old Fallout here, he's taking shots at all RPGs that use the system without explicitly showing what their skills do. The funniest part about this is that the special system he was just praising moments ago does the exact same thing. He actively argues to the benefit of the special system of Fallout 4, yet all the calculations of what they do is equally in the background and unexplained to the player. He argues that he doesn't know what 6 points in guns repair or barter does for your character because the game doesn't explain it to you, while praising Fallout 4's special system despite the game not explaining to you what they explicitly do. That's one hell of a double standard, John.
Let me give you a really simple example. If you've ever watched a speedrun of New Vegas, you'll notice the runner immediately builds a very extreme character. A common one is Strength 1 to help fund Endurance 10 and Charisma 10. They'll rush to Speech 100 by level 6 and use that to talk down Linnaeus at the end of the game. Generally, we call this min-maxing, the process of building a hyper-specialised character who is therefore hyper-competent at the exact thing the player needs them to do.
This should really go without saying, but naturally speedruns are going to be vastly different from a typical run. Most people who play the games typically do so in order to, play the games. Speedruns exist solely to get to the end of the game as soon as humanly possible, without care for anything else. Speedruns are in no way representative of how the game is meant to be played, or how most people tend to play the game. This is the case for most speedruns of most games. Regardless, how exactly is building a hyper-specialized character a problem? No shit that making a Charisma 10 character and rushing speech would make that speech-specialized character hyper-competent at the thing you designed it for, specifically at the cost of being disadvantaged in other skills.
Now, in a tabletop game, this wouldn't fly. There are many articles by game masters discussing how to deal with power gamers who are trying to min-max, but the general gist of it seems to be, if the game master spots this as happening, they can adjust the world to compensate, ideally in a fun way, like having the player's strength draw unwanted attention, or potentially just having a quiet word with the player to make sure everyone's having a fun and fair time. But as soon as your game is running with tabletop rules, XP and skill points, but the game master is a dumb machine that has no way of spotting what the player is doing, well, welcome to Exploit City. Population Intelligence 10, Charisma 1, Speech 100.
It's a basic function of RPGs that you would want your character to be as competent in the most important aspects to the player as soon as possible. There's literally nothing wrong with playing this way, because at the end of the day, it's a single-player game. John tries to draw a comparison here between tabletop games, even mentioning that a game master might have a word with a player trying to exploit the game to get them to stop, so everyone can have fun, and that the game is fair, and that a computer can't do that with a video game. But this point is completely irrelevant in a single-player game.
There are many articles by game masters discussing how to deal with power gamers who are trying to min-max, but the general gist of it seems to be, if the game master spots this as happening, they can adjust the world to compensate, ideally in a fun way, like having the player's strength draw unwanted attention, or potentially just having a quiet word with the player to make sure everyone's having a fun and fair time. But as soon
This isn't a multiplayer fucking game. Fucking hell.
Even then, he presents min-maxing as a problem.
Yeah, that's a totally valid way to play if people want to do that. Like,
So in my experience, I have like a D&D group that I play with, and the thing is, min-maxing is not a problem really. Like the idea being, obviously you want to have the ideal build. I mean, the thing is, because it's not a video game, that this is not an issue. There's nothing to exploit. You'd have to actively have knowledge of the game to do something like that in New Vegas.
Yeah. Yeah, and that's part of the problem. Like, okay, let's say you play Fallout 3 and you want to nuke Megaton. Well, you know from the start, if you've played the game before at least, that you need 30 in explosives to go do that. So, is it, I don't know, abusing the systems to raise your explosives that high to complete the quest immediately? Like, what is he getting at here? And yeah, I've never played D&D myself, but I think it should go without saying that a tabletop game with a bunch of people, of course that's going to be, you know, a unique campaign or scenario every single time. It's not like, well, I'm loading up New Vegas for the 400th time. Let's see how fast I can talk Lanius down. You know?
Exactly, yeah.
The game master in New Vegas is a computer, not a person. Why would it ever care if you try to min-max? If you want to rush a skill in Fallout, that's not even exploiting the game. It's a basic function of how the system is supposed to work. How the hell can you sit there and unironically call this an exploit? I'd also like to draw attention to John's double standard once again. He just praised the special system in Fallout 4 for being so limited in terms of points that if you want to be really good at something, you have to sacrifice something else to do so. The skill system in New Vegas is this same exact thing. If, for example, you want to rush lockpicking, you're doing so at the direct expense of every other skill not being raised. So by the time you do max out lockpicking, you're still terrible at shooting and hacking and survival skills and medicine. And unlike in Fallout 4, this could have consequences upon your playthrough. You might not be able to talk your way out of situations because speech is too low, for example. John is also making the mistake of assuming that just because he plays this way, that everyone else will too. Not everyone is going to play this way. Some people just want to enjoy the game. Some people want to roleplay and build their stats based on the character they create for themselves. Not everyone is going to min-max, and even if some people do, that's not an inherent problem. Comparing this to tabletop games is also a total false equivalence, because even if you do give yourself absurd stats, this impacts no one else but yourself.
Now, to be fair, the system worked better in Fallout 1 and 2, because they had a couple of mechanics built in to stop precisely this sort of thing, like how investing in a skill yields diminishing returns over a certain level, meaning hitting the actual skill cap of 300% was something that basically nobody would do. Where it all went wrong was Fallout 3. You see, in Fallout 1 and 2, almost everything is being calculated with probability, effectively tabletop dice rolls happening in the background. This meant that investment in your skills would always give you at least some modest benefit in your chance to succeed. And crucially, your character sheet showed you those calculations, so you knew precisely what benefit you were getting by investing. Yeah, you can really tell that Fallout 1 was literally built on tabletop foundation, it really shows. But in Fallout 3, they kept the skills, but got rid of 99% of the probability. Now, I haven't been able to find any concrete statements as to why this decision was made, but the most obvious conclusion is that people playing PC RPGs in the 90s went in fully understanding and expecting the game to feature hidden dice rolls and probability. A bigger general video game audience in 2008 and 2010 would be much less familiar with this idea, and might find it confusing and frustrating that they were failing skill checks without knowing why, or even that they were happening.
And this is not a fault of the system. Why is it the audiences of the 90s expected this system? I never played tabletop games, and Morrowind was my first Western RPG, which, sure, came out in 2002, but I still went in blind and not knowing how RPGs worked. The only RPGs I had played prior to that were Breath of Fire 3, Legend of Dragoon, and Dragon Warrior 7, none of which had skill systems, and yet, I didn't have an issue understanding how a basic skill system worked. Sure, I didn't know the intricacies of how it worked, but I knew in a general sense that skills being higher was a good thing. It made you more effective in the things those skills controlled. It's fairly easy to put together that higher weapon skills means that you will be more likely to hit with that weapon. If modern audiences are less familiar with the system, then it's a responsibility of the developers to explain it. As for Bethesda removing 99% of the probability, John assumes it's because audiences a decade apart would be less familiar with the idea. But that just isn't a good argument because the systems can still be explained to those too dumb to understand that higher skills means you're better at doing what the skills relate to. The obvious answer is the fact that these are two vastly different styles of game. In the original Fallout games, most actions, particularly in combat, had the probability calculations because you had a separate point of view from your character. You couldn't manually aim your character, they had to aim their weapons themselves, which meant when shooting at an enemy, they had a realistic chance of missing, and the game calculated it based on your skill. Moving into a first-person perspective, that wasn't going to work. Bethesda already went through this particular song and dance with Morrowind, and I know I explained it earlier, but just for the sake of people understanding, Morrowind also largely ran off of dice rolls in the background, especially when it came to combat, and having a low skill in a weapon would often result in you seeing your character's weapon physically connecting with their enemy and the game rolling a miss, so you do no damage. It makes total sense that players would find the system frustrating, which is likely the reason why Bethesda reworked their combat going forward. Now the solution to shooting in Fallout 3 obviously isn't the best. It results in your bullets flying off in random directions, but certainly less frustrating than seeing a bullet hit an enemy and still count as a miss. John also mentions that the calculations of skills were shown in the original Fallout games, so you could see what raising those skills would do for your character. So if the current system is so bad because you don't know the calculations, then why not just display the calculations rather than tearing out the entire system? I mean, as I explained earlier, his point about needing to know the calculations is invalid anyways, but that's besides the point.
And I can speak from experience here, because the very first time I played Fallout 3, which was also my first Fallout game, I got hugely frustrated that I was failing pickpocket attempts in Megaton, which led to everyone shooting me. Now, as far as I was concerned, I was sneaking, I was behind the guy, so obviously, to me at the time, it felt like the game had either bugged out or I was just being screwed over unfairly. I had no idea there was a stealing dice roll happening in the background that was a function of my stealth skill.
Yeah, that's not the game's fault for you failing to understand how its mechanics work. Many games have mechanics that aren't going to be understood if you just jump straight in without paying attention to anything. Maybe Fallout 3 should have done a better job explaining how it worked, and maybe give a short tutorial on it. I know most people don't read the game manual to the point most new games don't even come with one anymore, but this stuff is explained quite clearly in the game manual. If anything, I think it's a bit silly to just assume that sneaking and being behind someone would instantly make you a master pickpocket who could just steal everything from everyone. That would be insanely overpowered.
Mostly though, Fallout 3 and New Vegas even more so utilise skill thresholds. 25 lockpick to open this door, 50 science to hack this terminal, and in New Vegas, 60 speech to persuade this person. Now, have you spotted the issue yet?
No, because there isn't one. Though I do know you're going to make an issue of something that isn't an issue, because that's the only way to defend the removal of skills. You're going to cherry pick an example and present it in such a way to make it look terrible and awful and how can anyone ever like the system, while at the same time ignoring any other context that's inconvenient to your argument.
Let's say you have lockpick 25 and come across your first average locked door, so you decide to invest in lockpick. You're playing New Vegas and you have a pretty good intelligence stat, so you're getting plenty of skill points. You wait, earn XP, level up, and put all 14 skill points into lockpick. Now you have 39 lockpick, which means nothing. You still can't open average locks. Your character is, in real terms, identical to what they were before. Just consider that for a moment. Consider how wrong that is. The game just played you this noise. Or maybe this one. And you invested everything that a character that specialised in having plenty of skill points has into lockpick, and you get literally nothing out of it. That is wrong. That is objectively Wrong. The game played you a noise indicating you should celebrate because a good thing happened. You should have gained something. You should always gain something.
Oh look, it's exactly as I called it. Okay, so let's go through this bit by bit. He specifies New Vegas at first, and this will become important shortly, but it's a particular framing of the situation to make it look worse, as well as blatantly ignoring a key aspect of leveling up, because acknowledging it would be inconvenient to his argument. He shows that you do not have enough skill points to jump straight from lockpick 25 to lockpick 50, to which my response is, yeah, your point? He frames this as bad, despite there being very little wrong with the system. If you try to pick a lock that is higher than your skill allows, it specifically tells you what skill level you need in order to pick the lock. When you're in the level up screen, you can allocate your skill points in whichever way you want, even allowing you to take the ones you earned to this level back and place them elsewhere. Only once they're confirmed do they get locked in. You can very easily see in advance that you wouldn't have the skill points needed in a single level to raise your lockpick skill high enough. You would have to be an utter moron or a literal child who doesn't understand basic math to miss the fact that you don't have enough skill points to jump straight from 25 to 50 lockpick. But he's framing it as though you're hard locked in the second you put a point towards the skill, and acting as though it's this high crime of game design. Do you know what the solution to this issue is? Either slowly build to 50 lockpick over a few levels and invest your remaining skill points elsewhere, or rush lockpicking with the understanding you're going to have to earn another level in order to open that lock. If you invest all your skill points into lockpicking, then get upset about it, even saying that it's objectively wrong, that's your own damn fault. He says you get literally nothing out of it, which is literally false. You still get your skill points, you're just building towards a goal. The system is working exactly as intended here, and I'm really sorry that the game doesn't facilitate mindless instant gratification, which is essentially what you're arguing here. Hell, you were just bitching about intelligence being a skill point vending machine, and now you're complaining that you're not getting enough skill points. Fucking pick a side and stick to it. He's also literally wrong about getting literally nothing out of it for another reason. In Fallout 3, you still get a perk every level. In New Vegas, you get a perk every other level, which, by the way, is the reason he used New Vegas for this example, as most people who have played New Vegas would know this already. But in addition to that, he specifically showed his character reaching level 3, in which you do not get a perk. So it's easier to frame the argument to an inattentive audience who may be listening to his video in the background that you get literally nothing out of leveling up. Keep in mind, this is also an extremely specific situation that only exists for lockpicking and hacking. All other skills don't have these thresholds, aside from those used in skill checks in the world and in conversations, which again, is exactly how the system is supposed to function, and there are other benefits to those skills as well. Hilariously, he also blatantly says that this is objectively wrong. It's funny to hear him use objectivity when he used it as an excuse to paint my content as angry rants to his audience, but what's funnier still is that he's using it wrong. To discuss something objectively is to talk about its merits or flaws without personal bias, because no matter how much you love something, it could still be flawed, and no matter how much you hate something, it could still be perfectly fine or even good, or at least have some redeeming qualities. John's use of objectively here is incorrect, as he's not only falsely presenting the information that fit his narrative based on his subjective opinion, but he's also cherry-picking an extremely specific situation in order to paint the whole system as bad. So yeah, this entire argument he's making is disingenuous as fuck, but I've come to expect that at this point. However, I will give him one point here. I do think the lockpicking limits are a bit dumb in Fallout 3, 4, and New Vegas. As much as I hate Skyrim, I like the way they handled it better, where you can pick locks at any level, but it's simply harder when your skill is lower, rather than being level gated. In fact, it's really strange they went back on this for Fallout 4, where each level of lock requires a perk in order to be able to pick now. I'd make the argument that combining Skyrim's style of lockpicking with the skill system of Fallout 3 and New Vegas would be far better in this regard, because at least you wouldn't need to rush lockpicking and never have to worry about encountering a lock you couldn't pick due to a skill level gate, if that's what you really wanted to do, as opposed to Fallout 4, which requires you to reach level 18 in order to unlock the perk for picking master level locks, thus limiting your freedom in how you play the game. By the way, we'll be returning to the subject of picking locks in a little bit.
And the worst thing of all, skill points can completely run counter to roleplay. Like, I know I use Charisma 1 Speech 100 as a joke, but it really is a problem. It's absolute proof that completely detaching your intrinsic natural aptitudes, represented by special, from your actual practical day-to-day abilities, represented by skills, creates a complete mess. It leaves us with a scenario where a character with perception of 1 who has never picked a lock in his life can be the world's greatest lockpick master just because that's where you put your skill points. And accordingly, it further imbalances special by making intelligence a god tier stat, because as soon as pretty much every interaction with the world is determined by skills and intelligence gives you skill points, well, that's the special skill to take then.
I'm pretty sure most people who really engage with actual role-playing, rather than simply playing an RPG casually, would make their skills and special match whatever role or character they're playing as, because they would likely count that as an integral part of their characters. Besides that, sure, the system is a bit flawed, and it could be reworked to improve it, but again, stripping it out isn't reworking. We also have to acknowledge that if we want to have RPG mechanics like skills in a game, we're going to have to deal with the fact that totally unrealistic scenarios might happen, such as someone being a master lockpick and having never picked a lock before. Besides, didn't you mention how you preferred how Fallout 3 blended skill checks with special stats? Why not apply that to other skills instead of just dumping the system as a whole? Personally, I preferred lockpicking in Morrowind over the mini-games introduced in Oblivion and Fallout 3. Alternatively, another option is how it's handled in the Elder Scrolls, where using your skills levels them up, which many people find tedious. I also far prefer having a system that's flawed, in which intelligence is a highly valued stat, when it gives me the ability and option of interacting with the world and responding to characters using my skills, as opposed to a system that completely deletes that option from ever existing, and the only options you have to interact with anyone, or anything, are the most bare-bones basic options that come by default, with the rare charisma challenge and an even more rare special check. Yes, the system in New Vegas is flawed, but at least it gives me some fucking options.
And what really makes me feel like I'm losing my mind is, when it was revealed that Fallout 4 was removing skill points, people were furious. There was anger. Anger that Bethesda was dropping a 30-year-old tabletop mechanic well known to be easily exploited, imbalanced, and capable of yielding nonsense power characters.
Again, appealing to how old something is isn't an argument. Nice try though. Maybe you should take the time to consider why RPG fans were mad that a core RPG mechanic was being stripped out for no good reason. You'd think someone trying to craft a defense video would go out and look up why people were mad, and maybe try to understand their reasoning, rather than just saying, OMG, why are people mad? Am I going crazy? The removal of this system removes depth from the game as a whole. It's a big part of why people consider Fallout 4 to be dumbed down. With the removal of a core system that requires players to think about their builds, it takes away that pesky thinking aspect so you can get back to mindlessly gunning down enemies and collecting garbage faster for hours on end, while simultaneously diluting the only form of actual specialization in the game, perks, by flooding them with boosts to damage, healing, loot, and other bonuses. If a system is easily exploited, imbalanced, and capable of creating nonsense characters, then it's something that developers should look at and attempt to fix. That's not a reason to gut the system entirely.
Well, hopefully, I can change a few minds today, because in Fallout 4, everything's been folded into the perk system, where every perk corresponds to a certain special threshold. And I think this is good, because perks are great. When I was playing Fallout 1 and 2 for the first time, the levels where you got a perk, which is only every third level, they were the best and most exciting levels for me. Because, fine, what I'm about to say is pure opinion, but I imagine most people would agree with me. Making a number go up a bit, thereby providing a small invisible percentage increase to one of my skill rolls, is not as exciting and cool as scrolling through a perk list and picking which brand new ability I want to immediately have access to.
I find it incredibly interesting that he frames it this way. Raising skills are boring, getting perks are exciting. I'd agree with that statement, absolutely. But he says skills being folded into the perk system is a good thing, and completely misses the point of why these were separate systems in the first place. See, the thing about skills is that they're supposed to be boring. They handle the heavy lifting of character progression, such as your ability to shoot guns, or how much you know about medicine, or how well you can pick locks. That last one being my key example that I often use to explain why removing skills was a bad thing. Perks, on the other hand, were exciting, specifically because they granted you new abilities that skills could not. Prior to Fallout 4, perks could range from a slight bonus to an absolute game changer. You could gain effects such as landmines not going off near you, or chems lasting longer, or the mysterious stranger showing up to help you, or any other number of abilities. Now that skills have been murdered, dismembered, and thrown in the dumpster behind Bethesda Game Studios, perks now have to fill in the space and do the boring heavy lifting of character progression that skills once did. Before, if you wanted to pick a lock, you need to spend your skill points in lockpicking on your next level up, and you get a perk every level or every other level to spend on what you wanted. Now, in Fallout 4, if you want to spend a perk on a cool ability, but also wanted to pick a lock, well, go fuck yourself, it's one or the other. This is an issue across the board. Want to do more damage with weapons? You need a perk. Want to hack a terminal? You need a perk. Any kind of crafting or settlement building? Perk. Heal more with stim packs? Perk. Want to talk your way through situations using your knowledge? Nah, go fuck yourself, mate. The option doesn't exist anymore. Want to sneak better? Perk. You can also no longer rush skills to your heart's content. Core character progression perks, such as lockpicking, have level requirements, which means if you find a master lock at level 8, well, go fuck yourself, you need to gain 10 more levels in order to open it, rather than being able to rush the skill in a few levels if you decide to do that. What was once an interesting and exciting system has been bogged down by doing the heavy lifting of basic character progression. John specifically cites getting perks every third level in Fallout 1 and 2 as being exciting and the best levels. But now you get perks every single level, and then many of them likely have to be spent on making your character more effective with the things that matter to playing the game. Namely combat in Fallout 4, since most of the game's content is about shooting at things. So picking something you find interesting is likely going to fall by the wayside in favor of picking something more immediately relevant and important to your character. Because perks come so often, and because they handle the boring number work that skills once used to, perks have now become far more boring as a direct result. Having chocolate cake once in a blue moon is a real treat. Having chocolate cake every day becomes ordinary and routine. It becomes mundane, and it's no longer special, especially when the chocolate cake doesn't even taste that good.
And I think Blackout themselves would agree with that, because when the time came to make New Vegas, they increased the perk rate to every second level. They also got rid of various Fallout 3 perks that simply boosted skill points, and replaced them with more perks that provided unique benefits that generic skills can't provide.
Again, dishonestly presenting the information. Fallout 1 and 2 gave perks every third level. Then Fallout 3 gave perks every level. New Vegas didn't increase them from the originals, they decreased them from Fallout 3, by instead giving perks every other level. Also yes, New Vegas got rid of many of the perks that were plain skill boosts, which is a good thing. I find it really weird that you're citing this as a positive, but defending Fallout 4 going back on that and just making perks do what skills used to. Because the very fact That you think it's good that New Vegas removed the skill boost perks implies you think that it was boring. Unless you mean to tell me that stat increases, healing bonuses, and damage boosts are fun, it's rather clear that Fallout 4's perks are a step back from New Vegas.
Perks are fun. Selecting a perk is fun. And crucially, unlike our lockpick example before, you can't find yourself accidentally taking 2/3 of a perk.
Your lockpick example was fucking shit, and I don't have to debunk it again. But look how he's falsely representing the situation again. You can't find yourself accidentally taking 2/3 of a perk. I'm sorry, but if you lack the ability to pay attention to where you're placing your skill points and what they do, then you may not be smart enough to play RPGs. Also, is it really that big of a deal to just get another level so you can pick the damn lock? This is actually frustrating me to an incredible degree. So I really have to highlight that he knows better, and he is going out of his way to craft a very specific narrative here. This is someone who has played these games extensively. He should be extremely familiar with how the skill and leveling system works, and the fact that he's misrepresenting the system to this extent shows how dishonest he's being with this video. The only way this could ever be a problem is if someone doesn't understand the system or isn't paying attention. Don't let the truth get in the way of a good narrative, eh? Also, as mentioned already, at least with the skill system, you still get a perk every other level. He's going to a rather extreme length to paint the skill system as though it's this horribly broken mess, and this whole segment of his video is just really dishonest. It is absolutely the player's responsibility to pay attention to how they're building their character, and not a fault of the system or the developers. Many classic RPGs would fucking destroy you if you didn't build your character properly. The fact that the worst you would have to deal with is not being able to pick a lock for another level is a testament to how far these systems have come. As for the perks are fun comment, how's getting a lockpicking perk any more fun than raising the skill and being able to open the next level of locks?
If you take a perk, you immediately have that benefit, meaning leveling up will always yield a positive change for your character.
Leveling up always yielded a positive change for your character regardless. Putting 14 skill points into lockpick is still a positive change progressing you towards opening that next level of lock. Presenting it otherwise is completely, indisputably, false.
And on top of that, this solves a couple of our other problems. Because perks are tied to special, you can't just become a master without any form of natural aptitude. If you want to do advanced chemistry, you're gonna need high intelligence. If you want to run a bustling town, you need decent charisma. Immediately, this makes sense. It's very intuitive, and I think it provides the best possible compromise for allowing players to rush to elite special abilities, while stopping a repeat of the level 4 skill 100 rushes of Fallout 3 and New Vegas.
So he keeps bringing up the fact that players can rush skills and acts like it's this big issue, but again, it's really not. At most, it's an incredibly small issue. Remember, these are single-player games, so if someone wants to do something that's a bit imbalanced, then the only person it impacts is themselves. Most people who play games don't even get involved with min-maxing. Most people just want a fun experience and play the game normally. Besides that, however, it's still not as imbalanced as he's making it out to be. As explained earlier, if you want to rush a skill in Fallout 3 or New Vegas, the rest of your skills do not advance as a direct result. You're advancing one skill super fast at the direct cost of your other skills remaining in limbo.
You see, in Fallout 4, every perk has multiple ranks, and you can always take the first rank immediately if you meet the special requirement. If you feel like, say, specialising in power armour, or forcing enemies to surrender, or shooting through walls at level 2, you can do that straight away, with further expertise following from further ranks which are level locked.
These are not specializations. These are abilities you gain through perks. Trying to frame it otherwise is dishonest. Specialization usually entails building your character around some aspect of gameplay, such as stealth, for example, or in fantasy RPG games, building a character around magic. It's specializing in one specific aspect of gameplay. Taking a perk to give a couple bonuses to using power armor is not specializing in power armor. This is yet more of John trying to make it seem as though something rather simple is far more intricate and a far bigger deal than it is. If I take the perks for lockpicking, that isn't specializing in lockpicking. He also acts as if raising points at a specific skill isn't specialization. How is that any different from taking perks in certain fields?
Once again, I think this is a huge part of the freedom that Fallout 4 offers you. This system gives you more flexibility and more ability to specialise from a very early level than any other Fallout game. So consider, what about New Vegas at level 2? 13 skills you can invest points in, and then 9 potential perks, though it's likely only about 7 will be available to the average player. Fallout 3 at level 2, 13 skills, and a maximum possible selection of 7 perks. You really don't have much choice here. Every single game in the entire Fallout franchise up to this point has actually had a very regimented perk system, until Fallout 4 came along and announced that you could have ice cream for dinner and go to bed when you wanted, because Fallout 4 lets you have the first rank of any perk at level 2. That's a choice of 70 perks, but it's not just the choice, it's also about how it's presented to you. What you actually see is 28 out of an available 70 perks. Now that's a huge amount of choice and represents a huge amount of significance for your special decision. If you go all in on perception, you can start shooting through walls at level 2. Cannibal at level 2? Sure. Level 2 pacification of enemies? No problem. But you're gonna have to make the special compromises elsewhere, like we already discussed.
In Fallout 3 and New Vegas, more perks become available as your skills increase. It's a rather standard thing for games, especially RPGs, that more abilities and options open up to you as your character grows. Additionally, a lot of these available perks come down to extra rifle damage, finding more caps and boxes, being able to open more advanced locks, and so forth. It's also worth mentioning that he was just criticizing Fallout 3 and New Vegas for allowing you to rush skills, because it makes no sense that someone who has never picked a lock before could be a master at lockpicking. But doesn't this system create a similar issue? What sense does it make jumping from 1 intellect to 10 intellect over the course of 9 levels? Or any other special stat for that matter. Your character can go from a brain-dead drooling moron to a super genius just because you killed some enemies, discovered some locations, and built a wooden shack. But worse than that, this still has the exact same problem. You could take all the lockpicking perks once they're available without ever having picked a lock. So how is this not a problem for Fallout 4, but it is a problem for the other games?
And all of this is part of a wider trend in Fallout 4 that lets you boost more specific abilities than ever before. In the entire franchise up to Fallout 4, power armor was just an elite armor type. There were no perks for it. If you wanted to roleplay as a Brotherhood Knight, then I hope you've got a good imagination, because the game's got nothing for you. Well, in Fallout 4, you can give yourself the ability to create shockwaves by jumping from height and power armor, and then eject your armor's power source as a dropped nuke grenade, which you can do while flying. You can fly over your enemies and do a fusion core bombing run. It's amazing.
Just look at the pretty explosions and don't think about it. Okay, so here's the thing. You don't need perks in order to roleplay as being part of a faction. Perks are not a gateway to roleplaying a character or a faction. It's fucking hilarious that you say you hope the audience has a good imagination, because that's exactly what roleplaying often entails. No, seriously, I really love how you were trying to take a jab at the other games for not having perks for roleplaying purposes, and in doing so, you tipped your hand and proved you don't actually know what the roleplay in role-playing games even means. Good job! Anyways, how does creating shockwaves or using the armor's power source as a nuke facilitate roleplay as a Brotherhood Knight? Because that's not something the Brotherhood has done previously. In fact, they'd probably view using fusion cores to do a bombing run as both a waste of resource and the exact kind of misuse of technology that led to the world's destruction in the first place, which is the entire reason this faction has the doctrine it does.
How about your faithful canine companion? Up to this point, there's been literally one perk in the entire franchise for the dog. In Fallout 3, to make him respawn, because people were sad he kept dying. But in Fallout 4, you can power up Dogmeat to give him new moves and make him cause bleed or limb damage. Fallout 4 gives you a lot of options for how you want to specialise. I mean, this is what we've always said we want from RPGs, right? Difficult choices that lead to meaningful consequences.
John's continued misunderstanding of what choice and consequence means continues to frustrate and annoy me. I honestly can't tell if he's being intentionally dense, or if he genuinely does not understand what people mean when they say they want choice and consequences in their Fallout games. But the fact that he's getting it this wrong speaks volumes. It's really, really simple. The game presents you with a moral quandary or a conflict between groups, and you can side with one of the groups, or you can work to resolve it peacefully, and they should be a bit more complex than, do you want to nuke a town for no reason at all? He did this in his Fallout 3 defense video too, but he brings up either minor examples of choice, or he refers to character build options as choice, and throws it in the faces of people who make these complaints in a, I thought you wanted choice in an RPG, what are you complaining about sort of manner, while either failing to recognize or outright ignoring that the complaint about choice and consequence is in regards to your interaction with quests, characters, and the world at large. Choice and consequence, in terms of character build, is vastly different from choice and consequence that, for example, results in the ghouls of Necropolis dying from dehydration, or the many various outcomes of GI Blues, depending on which major faction you support and how you solve the quest. Now this next section is going to be a bit long, but I'm going to play the full thing for context, and then clip out the most important parts and use those in my response. Just pay close attention to what John is saying here.
Your early game skills and specializations are hugely different depending on what special stats you choose to specialize in. And that specialization, that uniqueness that comes from your choices, that stays with you in the late game much more than previous Fallout games, and I can prove that with numbers. So let's consider how perks are gated in Fallout games, because that's really important to keeping characters unique. If every character can have every perk, well then you're probably always going to pick the same few really powerful perks. Like say in Fallout 3, Finesse, Nerves of Steel, Sniper, Better Criticals, things like that. Except we have a problem here. You see, in Fallout 3, the highest special requirement for a perk in the entire game is 7. But John, I hear you cry, didn't you say earlier that the average starting special stat in Fallout 3 is about 6? Why yes, I did. Or, 7 with the bobbleheads. And as for skill requirements, mostly it's 40 to 60. A single perk ninja does go up to 80 though. Now, that sounds a bit more aggressive, but then you remember how easy it is to max out every skill in Fallout 3. To do that, you'd need 1,300 skill points. You start with 195, another 45 through tagging, 130 through bobbleheads. There are actually 600 available through skill books, but you're not going to get every single one of those, though you are getting 20 skill points a level from leveling up with intelligence of 10, so 400 by level 20. Then there's educated at level 4, and a whole bunch of perks do give 10 to 15 points each. It's actually surprisingly easy, in fact, to max out every skill in Fallout 3, meaning every character, no matter where you started from, can have any perk. And New Vegas is barely any more strict. A handful of special 8 requirements, 6 perks that call for 90 or above in a particular skill, but again, it's not difficult to rush skills in a world where intelligence is a giant skill point vending machine. If I've got my numbers right, you should be able to have access to literally every perk in New Vegas, and be very close to having 100 in every single skill as well, around level 38 or so. But with Fallout 4's system, of course, elite perks are locked behind every single special 10 stat, in a world where you start with less special. Now, you can, to be clear, boost special instead of taking a perk in Fallout 4 to access more perks thereafter. But even if you did nothing but that, it would take you until level 40 just to have access to every perk by having special 10 across the board.
It's a very interesting thing he does here. Some serious mental gymnastics and a very specific framing of the arguments to try and make Fallout 4's perk system look better than it is. So early on, he says,
if every character can have every perk, well then, you're probably always going to pick the same few really powerful perks.
So first off, you cannot have every perk in Fallout 3 or in New Vegas. That's just false. What he's really arguing here is that if every perk is available, well, most people are probably going to pick the best perks. He even does the calculations to show what you would need to do in order to make it so every single perk in the game is available at once, so you can always pick the very best. What he once again fails to realize is that not everyone is going to min-max to get the best build every single time. Most people just play the games casually. Typical players are more likely to build into what they need, or what they personally find interesting, and as a result, they likely won't have access to every single perk for much of the game. And even if they do eventually hit that point, there's a lot to choose from. I realize this is anecdotal, but of the perks he listed, Finesse, Nerves of Steel, Sniper, and Better Criticals, I rarely, if ever, take these perks. Actually, I'm not sure I ever have. Point is, having every single perk available is likely not something many players will specifically aim for. Why go through the effort of making it so every single perk is available, when you could just tunnel vision the specific ones you want? The scenario he's putting forward here is simply outlandish, because it makes no sense to play in such a way as to make every single perk available when you cannot ever gain every single perk. Also, note how he says you can achieve this around level 20. He says it's quite easy, but the reality is that it's still going to take a lot of time and a lot of unnecessary work on the part of the player to reach that point, and odds are they'll have experienced a great deal of the game by level 20. Which, by the way, is the level cap for the base game. Broken Steel only increases this by 10. It comes off as really dishonest to frame this as being a broken system, because you could play in such a way that, by the end of the base game, you have the possibility of having every perk available, when that's not actually going to be the case for most people. However, if someone did want a particular perk, and knew exactly what stats they needed to get that perk, they could just allocate their skills and special in order to make that perk available as soon as possible. So if there's a few really powerful perks that most players choose and therefore makes their build similar, it only seems logical that they would specifically aim for those perks, right?
If you go all in on perception, you can start shooting through walls at level 2. Cannibal at level 2? Sure. Level 2 pacification of enemies? No problem.
Oh my god, how embarrassing. So in order to make his argument here, he has to present the perk system of Fallout 3 New Vegas to appear more flawed than it is, and from the perspective of having every single perk available, which again, is a lot of work to achieve, you would naturally just pick the most powerful perks, which again, isn't necessarily the case. And at the same time he's making that argument, he's defending Fallout 4's perk system by saying special can be allocated in such a way that allows you to pick any base perk you want from the start, including the most powerful. But it's also worth noting that the best perks aren't necessarily going to be the ones that require 9 and 10 special, and since the first level of every perk is available so long as you have the special, it can be just as easy to rush those super powerful perks. Sure, there's level gates for the second rank and above, but Fallout 3 New Vegas also have level gates. He conveniently ignores the level gates because he's framing it from the perspective of having every single perk available, which brings the player to the point of passing most level requirements anyways. He has to stretch so far in order to make this point that you'd bypass level requirements for most of these perks, meaning to reach this point, you've likely played most of the game. This is also incredibly small, but I still find it amusing to point out that the very second John is saying that every perk is available in New Vegas, around level 38, he's literally scrolling over perks that require you to be level 50. No offense, dude, but try not to use footage that directly contradicts what you're saying. It looks really bad.
If I've got my numbers right, you should be able to have access to literally every perk in New Vegas, and be very close to having 100 in every single skill as well, around level 38 or so.
Anyways, he starts off the section saying,
your early game skills and specializations are hugely different depending on what special stats you choose to specialize in. And that specialization, that uniqueness that comes from your choices, that stays with you in the late game much more than previous Fallout games.
This is the main point he's making here with all this bullshit. However, There's aspects of this he's failing to take into consideration. Again, because perks now do what skills used to, many builds are going to end up being similar as a direct result. If you need to lockpick, and because lockpicking is required in much of the game, many players are going to end up taking those perks every single time, unless they want to ignore a huge amount of loot in the world. Need to shoot guns? Awesome. Now you need perks to do it more efficiently. Not just one perk, but multiple perks. He cites the Rifleman perk to increase your damage with rifles, but now you need that, and a half a dozen other weapon-based perks to cover for what skills once did alone. Now all those super special and exciting perks are doing all the boring shit that skills used to, as I've explained already. Now you could argue Fallout 3 and New Vegas have this problem too, that every player is going to invest skill points into lockpick for the same reason. But this system still allows perks to be a fun bonus, rather than picking something that's absolutely necessary for you to be able to play the game. You can now spend your perks on something you think is fun or interesting. Also, if you think the perk gating in Fallout 3 New Vegas isn't great, the obvious solution to this problem isn't to dump the entire skill system, but to rebalance how perks are distributed and become available. Design perks that require 90 in some skills. Fallout 4 already has perks that require 10 special, so why not go all the way? Now one might argue that Fallout 4's system is still better for roleplay, because if you want to make a character that is an expert sniper but terrible with handguns, this system facilitates that. But again, roleplaying is largely about the player's imagination, and the restrictions they place on themselves. If someone wants to roleplay that character, they could simply ignore handguns in the same way that someone playing a pacifist run would ignore deadly weapons.
But around level 40 is about the time a typical player seems to finish the base game. If you wanted to take every perk, that's going to take you to about level 300. Now, theoretically, at that point, yes, you are an unstoppable super god, but no more so than a courier at level 40 is to my mind. The point I want to stress is, Fallout 4 is maybe the best game in the entire franchise at giving you the ability to build a character that gets to be unique from the very early game, and keep unlocking perks that are only going to be available to you if you focused your special in that direction.
Again, much of that uniqueness is diminished by the fact that many players will end up requiring similar perks in order to play this game. Increases to weapon damage, healing, lockpicking, hacking, and so forth. The thing is, I don't even entirely disagree with how the special system is handled here, but I think it would benefit far more by being coupled with a skill system that took care of the heavy lifting, and as a result, made a lot of room for a lot more interesting perks to exist in their place, rather than a good deal of the perks being boring as a result of standing in for a skill system. In this next section of his video, he talks about how special has been rebalanced, and his big point here is that it's the first Fallout game where one particular special stat isn't the most important to any kind of character build. While I'll agree that special certainly needed some rebalancing, the cost here is simply too great. The loss of the skill system is far more damaging to the overall game than the rebalanced special is beneficial. Regardless, there's nothing to indicate that the removal of the skill system was even remotely necessary in order to facilitate these changes.
Unlike agility in old Fallout or intelligence in the Fallout 3 generation, now it really is the case that you're free to specialise however you wish. And then we get to maybe my favourite change in the whole game. Now this one sounds tiny, but it's actually huge, and when you put a few of the pieces we've been discussing together, oh, it's beautiful. In Fallout 4, for the first time ever, special is uncapped. Now, your character's base special still has to be between 1 and 10, though you can sort of manipulate it a tiny bit higher, but you can boost it well over that using apparel, or food, or drugs, and Fallout 4 added a lot of apparel, food, and drugs. And this is important because it massively opens up how strong and specialised a character can be.
It seems as though specialization is becoming the buzzword of the hour here. I believe the intent of this is to make it seem as though specialization is a far bigger deal here than in the other games.
Let me give you a simple example. In Fallout 1, you can only have agility of between 1 and 10. This yields action points of between 5 and 10, so the maximum possible AP difference that can exist on account of your choices is 100%. In Fallout 4, the default AP is 70 at Agility 1 and 160 at Agility 10, which is already a bigger proportional variance than in Fallout 1, so well done Fallout 4 for that.
Okay, but this isn't something that Fallout 4 deserves any kind of credit for. Action points have an entirely different usage in Fallout 4 than in Fallout 1, so it's only natural that their range would be vastly different. In Fallout 1, AP determined how much you could do in a single turn. Attacking with different weapons cost different amounts of AP. Healing, opening inventory, and moving all cost AP. This is because it was a turn-based system, and much of it was based on tabletop games. They needed a way to limit how much anyone could do in a turn for some level of balance. Moving into real-time 3D first-person shooter games, 5 to 10 action points wasn't going to cut it anymore. People would find it incredibly annoying if they arbitrarily couldn't shoot or even move in real time because they lacked AP. So it was repurposed for VATS. How much AP you had determined how many shots you could make in VATS. As a result, this changed the potential number of action points you got. Fallout 4 largely uses a similar system, but it has more things that use AP, such as sprinting or flying. The fact that Fallout 4 has greater AP numbers is simply a byproduct of its vastly different function. It's nothing worth praising on its own, and to praise it as such is really weird. It'd be like if you praised World of Warcraft for giving characters and enemies health in different quantities from the old RTS games. Even though they have the same function, the context surrounding them is vastly different. Bigger numbers on its own isn't inherently a good thing. If you could get an absurd amount of AP in the original Fallout games, it would make you extremely overpowered, even if your character build was garbage.
But start moving agility towards 16 with apparel and armour, and in some food and drink, 300 AP is absolutely manageable. And then we start mixing in gun crafting that we were discussing earlier, favouring lighter parts that reduce the AP cost per shot. Then we mix in legendaries and hunt down weapons and armour that boost VAT's effectiveness, and all of a sudden we have a level of specialisation that is simply impossible in every previous Fallout game. Fallout 4 is the Wild West of character building.
I wouldn't consider the use of food, drugs, and clothing items as further specialization. Typically that's what your character build is for. For example, if I wanted to specialize in speech, I'd invest my skill points and perks to make speech easier, or to get new options, such as Terrifying Presence, Black Widow, Lady Killer, and other similar perks. In fact, to further support specialization, I'd advocate for far more perks across the board, maybe even to the point of redundancy. Have a Commanding Presence type perk, which gives special dialogue options when speaking with military personnel, or a Conman perk, where you can influence lower intelligence characters, or even get better deals from them when bartering if that character happens to be a merchant. I think what it comes down to here is that John is misusing the word specialization, and strangely enough, simultaneously applying it too broadly and too narrowly. To demonstrate what I mean, I'm going to compare it to another RPG, in which you have plenty of options to choose from to make your character. Morrowind. The character building process in Morrowind is a fairly short one. You could pick from a list of classes, or make one of your own, and you pick a birth sign. Now you can make a more generalized character that has aspects of all three basic specializations, but regardless, all classes and custom classes are required to have one of the three basic specializations, combat, magic, or stealth, and additionally they must have two attributes as their favored. The specialization you choose results in a small skill point boost to every skill in that specialization, as well as them leveling faster. The favored attributes get a 10-point bonus. Additionally, each race in the game has bonuses to skills, as well as natural abilities such as resisting frost damage. The way this is designed ends up giving a lot of options to the player. Maybe you want to hyper-focus on specializing as a mage character, so you pick a race and all the skills and attributes to support that specific style of play. Or maybe you just pick whatever's convenient to you, such as speed for the sake of convenience. acrobatics to assist in leveling up faster, and you jump constantly while traveling through the world. Point is, specialization seems like something that's almost more class-based, a particular set of skills. If I focus on lockpicking on a character in Fallout, I don't believe that's a lockpick specialized character, but it can be part of specializing as a thief, if that's how you want to play. That's why I found it weird when John said you can specialize in power armor, because specialization has generally seemed more broad to me than picking a single perk or just one single thing and being good at it, but more as a collection of skills to excel in the type of gameplay you prefer. Yet at the same time, he's making the argument that you can specialize in power armor with one perk. He's making the argument that utilizing food, drugs, and other items to boost your stats is further specialization. I'm surprised this even needs to be explained, but using items to boost your stats is not specialization. It's using items appropriate for your style of gameplay to boost the stats you intend to use, or use the most. Taking drugs in Fallout 4 to boost strength is no more specialization than a mage in Morrowind using a Fortify Magicka, Intelligence, or Willpower potion. This is what's typically called a buff in RPGs. If you're at the point of mislabeling existing game mechanics as specialization, then maybe you should take a break and realize you're reaching a bit too hard in order to defend this game's mechanics. I don't even disagree that using items to boost your special past 10 is a cool feature that could be utilized by players willing to do so, but to present using stat items and buffs as specialization is dishonest and misleading to the point of absurdity. I feel like this is being done in response to people calling Fallout 4 a dumbed-down RPG, so in order to defend it, he has to stretch the definition of what specialization means to the nth degree, so it appears as though Fallout 4 has the greatest ability to specialize of all the Fallout games. And by the way, nothing is set in stone for the other 4 games either. I've never done a full playthrough where I take 10 agility in Fallout 1 or 2, and I've never done a full playthrough where I take 10 intelligence in Fallout 3 or New Vegas. You're perfectly free to specialize as you want in those games. John makes it sound like you're deadlocked into agility and intelligence, but it's perfectly viable to play without them maxed out.
If you put the effort in to bring the right special, the right perks, the right gear and the right weapons together, you can make something so damn ludicrous. And this helps reinforce making every character unique, because you don't ever bother boosting strength to 30 for a melee warrior, or a luck of 25 for a VATS gunslinger. If I want to put in that work to make that choice, I can. In Fallout 4, the training wheels are gone.
Wait, so let me get this straight. People using the game's mechanics in New Vegas to create a ludicrous build is bad, but people using the game's mechanics in Fallout 4 to create a ludicrous build is A-okay? Are you even aware of the fact that you contradicted yourself here?
Let me give you a really simple example. If you've ever watched a speedrun of New Vegas, you'll notice the runner immediately builds a very extreme character. A common one is Strength 1 to help fund Endurance 10 and Charisma 10. They'll rush to Speech 100 by level 6 and use that to talk down Linnaeus at the end of the game. Generally, we call this min-maxing, the process of building a hyper-specialised character who is therefore hyper-competent at the exact thing the player needs them to do.
I see. And what was your response to this earlier?
But as soon as your game is running with tabletop rules, XP and skill points, but the game master is a dumb machine that has no way of spotting what the player is doing, well, welcome to Exploit City. Population Intelligence 10, Charisma 1, Speech 100.
So how is it an exploit to use the game's mechanics to make a ludicrous character that's hyper-competent at the exact thing the player needs them to do in New Vegas, but it's not in Fallout 4? Is this just some kind of weird double standard? I do think the skill system wasn't perfect, and it could have used some tweaks, but what we lost with them being torn out takes away far more than it added. Skill checks are no longer a thing that exists. An entire complex system of making additional choices in how you interact with characters, quests, and the world has been erased entirely, which is an undeniable fact. Most quests in Fallout 4 don't have meaningful choices. Last Voyage of the USS Constitution has a few special checks. I believe there's one in Covenant. and what little choice remains is a basic option that the game itself doesn't even always respect, or the semi-rare charisma check, which can be argued to mark charisma just as important as you claimed agility and intelligence were earlier.
Taking a step back though, I want to stress that there's a lot of good groundwork here to build an RPG. The blend of building a character, building a weapon, and engaging with the mechanics of the junk economy howsoever you wish. On paper, it all sounds like an RPG, and yet a casual look at Fallout 4 would make you think it's a first-person shooter.
That's because it is a first-person shooter. The RPG mechanics have been dialed back or removed in all aspects. The amount of choice has been stripped back near to the point of not existing. And to clarify, because you seem to like to confuse what choice means, I'm referring to how you interact with the world, characters, and quests. The things mentioned are not being ignored by people who feel the game fails as an RPG. The one-dimensional characters, the dumbed-down dialogue system, the nonsensical plot-hole-ridden story, factions that fail to feel nuanced and complex, and more are the reasons why people, despite the aspects John lists, feel the game only excels at being an FPS with a Fallout coat of paint. Also, just to point it out again, he's using the phrase junk economy unironically. Dude, it's collecting materials for crafting. Chill out.
So let's get back to the question I posed at the start. How do you square that circle and build something that works for the contradictory demands of shooter and RPG fans?
New Vegas did it. You admitted yourself at the start of this video that New Vegas gave a real quality RPG to people new to the series with Fallout 3. Sure, shooting needed further improvements, but again, it could have worked with the rest of the systems New Vegas established. I also want to take a moment here to remind everyone that he started this entire segment by saying this.
How do you make everybody happy when, rather like the Fallout Wasteland itself, different factions of fans are trying to pull the game in opposite directions? Well, strangely enough, it all begins with a pile of rubbish. The junk system is one of my favourite additions to Fallout 4. It's a brilliant system that adds so much to the game, but let's keep things simple just for now.
I thought everything you were trying to explain up until this point was to explain how all those circles could be squared. I mean, it's a moot point anyway since you are wrong about most of it, and additionally most people who care about their deep RPGs being deep RPGs made complaints about this game's RPG mechanics regardless. Or do you really think people are so stupid as to assume that it's not an RPG because it's called a looter shooter? The thing is, even then you're working backwards on that claim. People don't think it's less of an RPG because it's called a looter shooter, because the word shooter is in the description. People call it a looter shooter because its RPG mechanics are lacking and there's a far greater focus on solving all your problems with a bullet than ever before. Now this is the part where I'm going to make a big cut in his video, because it's at this point he starts talking about the combat for this game. In all honesty, I don't have too much to respond to here. Arguably the combat in Fallout 4 is the best it's ever been. While I do prefer the style of the originals, and I really enjoyed the combat of New Vegas, I do have to admit that Fallout 4's combat is pretty good. It's worth mentioning that this is by no means an endorsement of the removal of the skill system. I think many of the changes made to shooting in this game could work really well when paired with the skill system, but unfortunately that's not what we got. John does make a few comments that I strongly disagree with in this section, mainly him trying to push that through the use of VATS, Fallout 4 could still be played as an RPG, but ultimately it's not worth picking through this entire section for those little segments, and including enough context to respond to them, especially when much of it is based on stuff I've already covered here, so I'm just going to skip to the next section. After talking about combat, he moves on to talking about the world for a bit, and in a similar manner, I don't have too much to comment on as he's talking about the biomes. I will point out quickly that while Fallout 4 does have some unique looking areas clearly set apart from the rest of the map, this still isn't really anything new. Morrowind did this incredibly well back in 2002. In fact, Oblivion and Fallout 3 are the odd ones out in that regard, as Oblivion was 90% generic forest, and Fallout 3 was just a dead wasteland that mostly all looked the same.
Now the second thing for me is kind of connected to the glowing sea, in a way. You see, the oppressive noise and low visibility from the storm is part of what makes that area work. But it's also noteworthy that storms can appear anywhere, as can a whole bunch of other weather conditions, which is just brilliant. Most of the time, conditions are clear and sunny, but just sometimes it'll be cloudy, other times there's a fog that actually hampers visibility, sometimes it's just raining, and going out in the rain in survival mode causes a slightly raised chance of getting ill, which is just amazing. But most of all, anywhere, anytime, a rad storm can break out, and you either accept this is just part of living in this world and deal with the literal fallout, or you make a run for cover and wait out the storm in a building. Just consider that for a second. A dynamic weather system that might mean I choose to wait out some fog or a storm. It's just a beautiful way of making the world feel a bit more alive and potentially turning even the most gorgeous area into something a lot more sinister.
Okay, so I've never heard anyone complain about the weather system. I think it's generally accepted by most people that this is a decent system. Sure, some people might find it mildly annoying. I do to a degree. But I'd prefer to have the slight annoyance in exchange for the world being a bit more realistic in a way that makes sense with the world we're shown, which this game is harshly lacking in other areas. That said, Bethesda has had weather conditions in their games as far back as Morrowind. Rainstorms, ash storms from the volcano, blight storms at Red Mountain, and the Blood Moon DLC even added snowstorms. This was all back in 2002 and was made to work on the original Xbox. And if there happens to be a rad storm in Fallout 4, and if it really bugs you that much, then just go into a building and wait for a day. It'll be gone by the time you leave. Seriously, how many people will be impacted by this to such a degree that it's significant? I'm gonna guess not many. The next section is about how well the city of Boston is designed, and similar to the combat section, I just don't have much to comment on here. In fact, I'd say I agree with him on much of it, I just think he spends too much time talking about it. After that, however, is a section talking about enemies, which I do have a lot to comment on.
So, let's talk about your opposition, and here's where I need to swing in to defend Bethesda's honour, because there's one complaint I've seen repeated over and over again, and I'm not having it because it doesn't stand up to the slightest bit of scrutiny. This one goes, Bethesda are uncreative and the enemies are boring because they reused enemies from previous Fallout games, which is true in the most technical, literal, superficial sense.
So this is another dishonest framing of the complaint that will become more clear momentarily. Just keep in mind what the complaint is that he's trying to refute here.
We have seen things of roughly these names and designs before, but in any meaningful way, the enemies of Fallout 4 are a huge step forward, and I think they play an important role in why combat is much more enjoyable in this game. Okay, refresher time. It's 2008, you're playing Fallout 3, you run into your first mole rat. What does it do? Well, it's a melee enemy, so it's going to run straight at you in order to perform an attack. How do you deal with it? Well, you could cripple its legs to slow it down, or go for a headshot, which does bonus damage. Oh look, there's a dog over there. It turns out it wants to run straight at me to do an attack, so the viable tactics are cripple legs or focus on head for bonus damage. Oh look, Yao Guai, straight at me, legs or head. Deathclaw, legs or head. I was going to give the Mirelurk a pass for having the shell, but then I realised the weak point was still the head, because basically everything's weak point is the head, and all the melee enemies have the exact same tactic, which is run straight at you. My point is, there isn't much tactical variety here, either in how the enemies attack you, or how you deal with them. The problem I'm trying to get at here is that everything is interchangeable. There's no real difference between a mole rat and a deathclaw, aside from 3 numbers. Its health, its damage, and its armor. And that's a big problem. Fallout 4 put a huge amount of effort into fixing this, giving us a game where the enemies now exhibit hugely varied attacking behaviours as well as varied weaknesses that reward the player for understanding the situation they're in and make different engagements actually feel unique.
This is something John seems to like to do a lot, where he takes an argument, ignores what the argument was really about, and try to debunk it by talking about something that people weren't actually complaining about. If you'll remember the lamplight example I gave at the start of this video, this is similar to that. He starts off saying,
because there's one complaint I've seen repeated over and over again, and I'm not having it because it doesn't stand up to the slightest bit of scrutiny. This one goes, Bethesda are uncreative and the enemies are boring because they reused enemies from previous Fallout games. Which is true in the most technical, literal, superficial sense.
And instead of addressing the complaint about reused enemies, he instead talks about the tactics the enemies use against you, and the tactics you use against them, and how Fallout 4 fixed this by giving enemies unique tactics and behaviors. While it's all fine and good, even something absolutely worth praising, as this is actually a step forward for Bethesda, the main complaint was mainly about seeing the same enemies over and over again. John writes this off quickly by saying, "We've seen similar enemies before in terms of design and names, that this complaint is only true in the most superficial sense." What he's failing to mention is that this is where many of the complaints come from. They're not nearly as superficial as he claims they are. Take, for example, super mutants. They were the main antagonistic force in the original game. There was a lot of lore and history behind them, and the Master, to explain how and why they worked. In Fallout 2 they expanded on that, and showed that at the end of the day, they were just people trying to survive like everyone else. They had personalities, feelings, and were complex and intelligent characters within the world. Then Fallout 3 came along, and said that we can't have a Fallout game without super mutants, and apparently ML and the other writers only met the really dumb super mutant in Fallout 1, and said all of them are now this super mutant, but also 1,000 times more aggressive. What was once a complex and interesting race of intelligent creatures have been reduced to mindless orcs in an eternal blood rage, who all want to turn every living thing they see into meat chunks. So already that was a vast downgrade from what they were before. But now in Fallout 4, we're introduced to more super mutants, the result of a different strain of FEV from both Mariposa and Vault 87, and they're similarly orcs in an eternal blood rage who want to murderize everything they see, to the point of actually creating suicide bomber units. Sure, it's an interesting combat tactic to have to deal with a literal suicide bomber coming after you, but this is disastrous upon the lore and world building. These super mutants all come from the Institute, so they have no way of making new ones as they don't have access to the FEV. They also can't breed just like the other super mutants, so they have no means of reproduction, and they're so stupid as to send their limited numbers out to die instead of fighting in a way that makes more sense, as if they have no sense of self-preservation. There's also literally no explanation for the Institute having FEV. It's just an ass pull by Bethesda to shove super mutants into this game, like they did with Fallout 3 and Fallout 76. The issue is that seeing the same creatures over and over and over again is fucking boring, even if their tactics have been significantly improved. As much as I hate Fallout 76, at least they tried to introduce a lot of new enemy types. Because Bethesda keeps reusing super mutants, deathclaws, ghouls, generic raiders, and I guess the Brotherhood of Steel, it feels like all we're ever going to see going forward is super mutants, deathclaws, ghouls, raiders, and the Brotherhood of Steel, at the expense of stretching the series' lore to absurd lengths to make it fit. Ghouls and raiders at least get a pass because they're pretty much universal, but the others had specific reasons for being limited to one part of the world, and Bethesda just keeps slapping them into every game. To take a counterexample, in the Dead Money expansion for New Vegas, an entirely new enemy type was created, the Ghost People. They're a unique creature that used to be human, but mutated into these monstrosities locked inside these suits, and they're memorable for their design, behavior, and sounds, and they're unique among enemies in Fallout. Bethesda doesn't need to have FEV and super mutants in every single game. If Dead Money was made by Bethesda, the Ghost People wouldn't exist. The main enemies you would have been dealing with would have been ghouls or super mutants. In Nuka World, Bethesda reskinned Deathclaws and called it a Gator Claw. John continues to talk about enemy tactics quite a bit here, but it's not something that needs responding to. Overall, again, I agree that the varied tactics are a huge bonus to the game and makes combat overall more interesting, but he never does address the actual issue of reused enemies, however.
So, at the start of this video, approximately 2 weeks ago, I pointed out the impossible position the creators of Fallout 4 faced at the start of its development, and one of the many issues was that Obsidian went and made the best game ever in 2010, and that couldn't help but shape parts of Fallout 4. And the biggest way is, at the highest level, how the world of Fallout 4 is populated, because the game fully embraced a faction system, and the factions are completely at the centre of the game.
No, this is false. They didn't fully embrace a faction system, they kinda sorta embraced a faction system, and implemented it poorly. Fallout 4 only has 4 factions, and there's no faction standing at the level New Vegas has. You're either hostile with them, or you're not. New Vegas not only accounted for the major factions in their reputation system, but they included plenty of smaller factions as well, and how you treated each faction impacted their disposition towards you. I will admit that New Vegas was probably the biggest influence for a choice of 4 factions. What Bethesda seemed to miss was everything else that New Vegas did right. New Vegas wasn't good simply because it had 4 main factions to join, but because of the depth and quality of the writing and player interaction. Most of the major characters had detailed beliefs and plans for the futures that are detailed, and it makes sense that these characters act and behave the way they do based on their backstories and histories. Fallout 4 doesn't even have the reputation system because it doesn't go nearly that deep. The factions as a whole aren't even that good. The Railroad are a bunch of obnoxious assholes, and most of their involvement in the main story just has you playing the Institute path. The Minutemen are lacking any and all personality, and their quests are dominated by "another settlement needs your help, I've marked a location on your map." The Brotherhood has turned into a diet enclave who wants to purge the impure, and no longer wants to hoard advanced technology, as they just want to mindlessly destroy the Institute, and all 3 of these factions have the exact same plan to destroy the Institute, when taking it over would have been far more beneficial to all of them. And finally, the Institute is made up of some of the most stupid motherfuckers in the entire series, who brought all their problems on themselves for constantly kidnapping and killing people on the surface, and making everyone fear them. Honest to God, the game doesn't even explain why the Institute wants to make synths so badly. It's just something they're obsessed with for no reason, because the lead writer is a talentless hack who thought the idea of not knowing who is out to hurt you was a deep and interesting idea. And to further highlight how shallow this guy's writing is, he thinks that dragons are a theme for Skyrim. Just about every aspect of the story in this game is botched.
Because the game fully embraced a faction system, and the factions are completely at the centre of the game, vastly more so than Sean. It's noteworthy, for example, that Sean is a baby, kidnapped in a world where a bunch of people have already been kidnapped, so nobody else really cares that much about him. The focus is instead on the people who kidnapped him. Valentine, Dr. Amari, Virgil, the 3 factions you can get to help build the teleporter, they're all far more interested in the Institute than they are in Sean.
False. Nick is more interested in Sean. If you talk to him before going into the Institute, he'll comment that he hopes you get your kid back. He suspects the Institute because they're the most likely culprit in Sean's kidnapping. Funnily enough, if you decide against joining them and return to the surface, you can't tell Nick about it. It's just a dead-end plot thread. You spend the entire first half of the game trying to find him, enter the Institute, leave without him, and no one seems to question it. At least, I've never seen anyone question it in more than 400 hours of playing the game. Not to mention, Virgil isn't interested in the Institute, he escaped them. He's only helping you because you need it.
The entire first act is really much more about just establishing the various factions and the basis of their relationship with the Institute, with the third act entirely dedicated to working for or against the various factions.
Establishing what relationship with the Institute? They all unequivocally hate the Institute. The Brotherhood views them as abusing technology, in the same way that led to the world's destruction, and they see synths as an abomination. The Railroad hates that the Institute enslaves synths, and wants them destroyed. And finally, the Minutemen just do whatever you want them to anyways, so war with the Institute is going to happen if you reject the Institute.
The point I'm trying to get to here is, in terms of core, structured Fallout quest experience, the factions are at the heart of everything, becoming more and more prominent as the game goes on. If Fallout 4 is going to work overall, the factions need to work, and apparently I just really enjoy the pitchforks because I'm about to say maybe the most controversial statement I've ever uttered. In some ways, Fallout 4's factions are superior to New Vegas.
So once again with the pitchforking comment, For fuck's sake, dude, this isn't winning you any points. I'm also starting to realize that the phrase, in some ways, that he keeps throwing into sentences acts as a get-out-of-jail-free card for any controversial statement he makes. Similar to how, in my opinion, has come to mean, this is how I feel and you can't criticize that for many people on this platform. John uses, in some ways, to say something bold like, Fallout 3 is the best Fallout game of all, or Fallout 4 has better factions than New Vegas. So when those statements are criticized, the defense is automatically, he wasn't saying Fallout 3 was the best game of all, just that it did some things better than the others. Then why not just say that it did those things better than the others? Why word the statement in such a way as to bait an angry response and cry about the pitchforking? It really seems like John is trying to provoke a reaction here. Imagine if I made a controversial statement like, in some ways, The Last Jedi is the best Star Wars movie of all, if my point was just to say, well, the visuals are impressive, and the actors did a fine job with the material they were given, but everything else was shit. If I were tasked with specifically trying to piss people off, I would probably handle it in the exact way John is doing here.
Okay, while you're all putting together a bigger bonfire, because now the first one isn't anywhere near hot enough...
Stop this. It is embarrassing.
Let me be clear. New Vegas has the better faction reputation mechanic. Its factions have much more interesting in-depth lore that rewards the player for engaging with them with rich backstory. They're populated by a better selection of more varied and compelling characters, and in general, they are much better written.
So this is something I've seen people do in other videos, and it's probably one of the most pathetic and embarrassing writing tactics I've ever seen. X is better than Y. Now Y does this, that, these, and those better, but X does this one single thing better than Y does. No, shut up. You're literally asking for the angry response when you talk like this. You're trying to fucking evoke hatred from people with this constant playing the victim, while specifically going out of your way to make statements sound as controversial as possible. Rather than specifically going out of your way to say something that you know will piss people off, and further going out of your way to highlight it repeatedly, why not just simply state your argument and see if it stands up to scrutiny or not? Because here's the thing, and this is coming from someone with an intense hatred of Fallout 4. Many of us who utterly despise this game for what it is, and for what it did to the series, we can still recognize that it's not the most awful thing ever created by mankind. We can recognize that it might even do some aspects well. I absolutely love the general feel of how power armor works. The difference is, those few small positives are vastly overshadowed by its flaws. There have been numerous times in this very video where I've agreed with a few of your assessments of the game, because they were accurate. If your argument here had any strength to stand on its own, you just cut the legs out from under that argument for many people who dislike this game by intentionally trying to start shit with them. Your goal with this video should be trying to convince as many people as possible that Fallout 4 is better than they think. And by constantly taking this approach of trying to piss off the people you most need to convince is only going to drive them away. Unless your only goal is views, then keep on keeping on, I guess. But know that it will only grow resentment for you.
But despite all of that, Fallout 4 has an ace up its sleeve, and to explain what that is, let me begin with a simple example. In New Vegas, when you're exploring McCarran and the Strip, you can learn a lot about the monorail system. Characters explain to you that it's a very useful strategic possession for the NCR, allowing them to move men in and out of Vegas easily and, if necessary, project strength into the Strip, effectively controlling two areas for the price of one. It's an important asset which has its own quest dedicated to it. So, what happens if you blow it up? Does the NCR's presence on the Strip reduce to represent it's now harder to get there? Do we see more NCR troops passing through Freeside? Now that's the only way in. No, none of those things happen. Miss New Vegas announces that it happened over the radio, Colonel James Shue will say it's a disaster, but nothing in the world changes. And this happens quite a lot in New Vegas. No matter what major events occur, the Legion driven out of Nelson and Cottonwood Cove, the sacking of Camp Forlorn Hope, the death of Caesar, the assassination of President Kimball, Heck Gunderson promising to staff the Strip, the leaders of Crimson Caravan and the Silver Rush being killed in revenge attacks. The status quo always holds. The NCR patrols do the same handful of routes no matter how well or badly the war is going for them. The point I'm trying to make here is, in New Vegas, like the vast majority of games, you do big important things that you're told are going to be hugely consequential, and yet the world just carries on. You don't see the change represented in the world around you.
Yes, this is absolutely a flaw of New Vegas, but it is likely a result of the limited development time as well. It's also worth noting that not all change is going to be immediate. Sometimes the consequences for major events take a long time to play out, hence the end slides of Fallout 1, 2, and New Vegas explaining the long-term ramifications of your actions that could play out over the course of years. Necropolis doesn't immediately die out the second you take their water chip. It takes time for these consequences to play out. Killing Caesar doesn't mean the Legion is going to fall immediately, but the game itself implies that he was the only thing holding it together, and it will eventually fall as a result of his death. That isn't something that can be portrayed in a game when it's something that could potentially take years to fully play out. You're also failing to mention that there are absolutely examples of actions you take resulting in changes in the world. For example, completing 3-card bounty, in which you wipe out the leaders of the Fiends, results in the entire first recon moving to Camp Forlorn Hope. Additionally, the death of Caesar opens up interactions with characters such as Chief Hanlon and Boone. If nothing else, this shows that Obsidian wanted to do more of this kind of thing and simply did not have the time. There are other examples of stuff like this happening in the game too. I'm sure if they were given more time, many of the issues in New Vegas would have been fixed, or at least handled far better, such as the Legion being undercooked. Even an extra 6 months of development will likely have resulted in a radically different New Vegas from what we actually got. It really is too bad we'll never get to see what it could have been.
And this is where Fallout 4 shines, and in particular, one of my favourite factions in the entire franchise, Fallout 4's Brotherhood of Steel, and it's down to how they organically interact with the rest of the world. You see, at the start of the game, the Brotherhood of Steel aren't present in the Commonwealth in force, just a handful of scouts. But at the end of the first act, they arrive with the Pridwin and Vertibird, and they issue a threat that nobody should interfere in their business. They say they're here to hunt down and destroy monsters, where their definition of monster is a little bit on the broad side. They're a heavily armed, militaristic, authoritarian group that press gangs farmers into handing over their crops and basically seeks to forcefully occupy Boston and kill anybody who stands in their way. So, you know, a few concerning things there. In general, when a faction rocks up in a game and announces that it's taking over, but don't worry, because their huge military is completely fine, but don't get in our way or we will murder you, that's a good sign they aren't to be trusted. But here's the crucial genius bit that makes me adore how this faction works. They actually follow through on all of their talk. They do actually get out into the world and start killing monsters. And not just in a handful of scripted events, you'll run into them all over the shop and you'll find yourself feeling very relieved when you hear the sound of an approaching Vertibird.
Honestly, the portrayal of the Brotherhood out and about in the world is a joke. I've seen these guys die countless times to generic enemies, and there is no relief when hearing the sound of an approaching Vertibird, because they always seem to crash.
And you'll find yourself feeling very relieved when you hear the sound of an approaching Vertibird.
No. I stop and look at the fucking clown show as this thing fucking flies into every building in sight and eventually crashes and explodes.
A few moments later.
That's what you're seeing. But it is. They're literally an occupying army that the locals don't like. They're also the only people in the world that seem...
I was gonna comment about...
Look how effective the Brotherhood is. Fucking crashes and burns as he's propping them up.
Why did he think that was a good thing to show?
It doesn't make the Brotherhood look imposing, it makes them look incompetent and pathetic. Besides, these are a little more than just another type of creature being spawned into the world. They're just humans aligned with a faction. This would be decent if they had any kind of goals, but they just march out into the field to die. I mean, it's a step up from Skyrim's pathetic civil war, where you'd see half a dozen troops walking around randomly and not engaging with each other because they rarely ever cross paths, but this still falls short of being anything meaningful. This still doesn't make Fallout 4's factions any better than the ones in New Vegas. If I was given a choice between a faction that sends generic characters out into the world to go kill the baddies, or some factions that were really, really well written, I'm gonna pick the well written ones every single time. And absolutely none of this makes up for the overall terrible story this game has. Sure, it's super neato that the Brotherhood deploys troops into the Commonwealth, but this is such a minor and irrelevant point when the entire main story is nonsensical garbage. Any meaning these things have are massively damaged as a result of Mr. Paper Airplanes not giving a shit.
Because they genuinely do help. Their vertibirds will lay down fire on the enemy, knights will deploy onto the ground with powerful weapons and armour, and they do a good job destroying groups of raiders, ghouls, super mutants, all the things that ordinarily would be attacking you. And this creates a really fascinating bit of storytelling, because everything they say makes them sound like the bad guys. They deny the possibility that a sentient AI could ever have the right to exist. You're asked to shake down farmers and seize any valuable technology. But they're actually helpful. The railroad doesn't have the manpower to handle patrolling and is focused exclusively on its own goals regardless, and the Minutemen are dedicated to protecting their own holdings, not general pacification of the region. The simple fact is, the Brotherhood get out and kill a lot of bad things. Countless games and other media take on the question, would you sacrifice liberty for security? But I can't recall ever seeing a better representation of that debate being allowed to play out in the world without a single character in the game ever saying that's what you're seeing. But it is, they're literally an occupying army that the locals don't like or trust.
Similar to your mole rats being a food source in Fallout 3, this sounds like something you're just inventing out of thin air to try and make this sound more deep and complex than it really is. It doesn't seem like any of the people in the Commonwealth are sacrificing liberty for security. It sounds like a group of thugs have shown up and started shaking down the locals for nothing in return. The Brotherhood doesn't care in the slightest about helping these people. They just want their resources so they can continue doing their own thing. And their own thing happens to be exterminating anything that moves that they don't like and setting off a nuke in this region. Gee, thanks guys. There doesn't seem to be any aspect to the people of the Commonwealth giving up their freedom. Broad themes like sacrificing liberty for security can be applied to almost any piece of media. Mr. House is not Obsidian's grand critique of capitalism. Skyrim's Civil War is not about the struggle between imperialist empires and local cultures, and Angry Birds is not a metaphor for resisting foreign invasion. Despite sounding pretty, the Brotherhood being a representation of sacrificing liberty for security is just blatantly wrong, and it's clear that the writers were not thinking these types of questions when creating their factions. Just because you found meaning in quests, where you intimidate farmers for food, does not mean the writers created the Brotherhood with these nuanced themes in mind.
But they're also the only people in the world that seem to be making an impact on the wastelands and making your life easier as you travel through Boston and the waste beyond it. Though to step back from the organic storytelling for a moment, the lore of Fallout 4's Brotherhood is fascinating too, because it's a bold new place for the Brotherhood of Steel, but one that feels perfectly in character. This is the realisation of a dark place that we always knew the Brotherhood could go to. Fallout 1's Brotherhood has such contempt for the average wastelander that they send you off to a radioactive ruin to die as a joke. Fallout 3's outcasts treat the locals with open mockery. Untitled Chapter was exiled for doing too much to help the local population. The West Coast Brotherhood fought a war against the NCR, and Father Elijah's entire career, from Operation Sunburst to the events of Dead Money, does not speak well to the Brotherhood's respect for outsiders. An insular, narrow-minded refusal to engage with the world positively that made Veronica consider leaving her home. The possibility of the Brotherhood mobilising their massive tech advantage to go on crusade has always been there. In fact, as I say, it's already happened. They fought a war against the NCR between Fallout 2 and New Vegas.
It actually ends up feeling like narrative whiplash, as the Brotherhood were xenophobic technophiles in the original games, to Super Power Rangers helping everyone in Fallout 3, to a diet enclave in Fallout 4. It seems as though Bethesda just repurposes them to be whatever is convenient to them at the time. Making sudden and drastic changes to major factions typically isn't a good idea, because it starts to feel as though there is no consistency to them, and the audience won't know what to expect, which isn't always a good thing. If Fallout 5 is announced tomorrow, and we see the Brotherhood is going to be in this game too, what is anyone's expectation going to be? Are they morally pure saviors of the wasteland? Are they isolationists again who only care about hoarding technology? Are they thugs who extort food from dirt farmers while exterminating everyone they dislike for petty and stupid reasons? Are they a retcon that completely tramples the existing lore for no good reason because the Brotherhood absolutely must be in this new game? We just don't know, and that's a problem. There was little to no information at the forefront of dealing with the Brotherhood in Fallout 3 to imply they'd change to become what they did in Fallout 4. However, as poorly written as the Enclave was in Fallout 3, there was a very small hint of an idea that the faction could change in a way that could very much change how we could interact with them going forward, as Autumn seemingly cared about the citizens of the wasteland. He wanted to rebuild his country. It's a very tiny little moment that's extremely easy to miss, but had it been expanded on and developed more, it could have been a very interesting way to potentially transform the Enclave from what we knew of them in Fallout 2 to a new and different kind of Enclave in Fallout 5, or whenever they reappear, with Fallout 3 serving as the catalyst of their change. New Vegas handled the Enclave in an organic manner, by building upon the relatable human aspect of the Enclave that had already existed in Fallout 2 in places like Navarro, where you could casually chat with mess hall workers, grunts, and listen to a drill sergeant scream about paper-shuffling jackasses. Rather than pushing the group to even further extremes, Obsidian emphasized these qualities with characters that have fairly mixed perspectives on their lives in the Enclave. This organically demonstrated an evolution from malicious government organization who wants to commit genocide to people who just want to move on. Bethesda could have done something like that with the Brotherhood, but instead of, putting effort into their stories to make sense, they just moved all the pieces on the board to what was convenient for them. We want the Brotherhood to be saviors, so now they're saviors. We want the Brotherhood to be an Enclave Light, so now they're the Enclave Light. Also, John says in Fallout 1, they send you to a rune to die as a joke, but that's not actually the case. It's a genuine mission they want solved. It's just a suicide mission. They want you to stop bothering them or complete this highly difficult task. Also, Lion's Brotherhood wasn't exiled for helping the locals. They were exiled for disregarding their main goal of being in the capital wasteland, capturing rare and advanced technology. Lyons was sending his men out to die to protect the locals. Of course that's going to piss off the core Brotherhood leadership. His terrible leadership led to his chapter fracturing, creating the outcasts who still stick with their goal, and Lyons was forced to recruit incompetent and idiotic rando wastelanders to fill his ranks, because half left, and the rest were dying to fight his idiotic war against the evils of the wasteland. Sure, the possibility of the Brotherhood using their technology to go on a crusade has been there, but going on a crusade is never what the Brotherhood has been about. They've always wanted to hoard technology to keep it out of the hands of those too stupid to use it, because that's what led to the world's destruction in the first place. And yet, in Fallout 4, they go out of their way to capture a stockpile of nukes to have Liberty Prime throw out groups of super mutants, and they nuke the Commonwealth by blowing up the Institute.
Until now you have become the very thing you swore to destroy.
They wanted to stop the super mutants in Fallout 1 because they were a direct threat to the Brotherhood. They opposed the Enclave in Fallout 2 because they posed a threat to the entire world, and the Brotherhood feared their technology. They literally have a quest dedicated to stealing their vertebrate blueprints. They fought a war with the NCR over technology, not because they wanted to purge the undesirables. In Fallout 4 they go on a crusade because they've essentially become radical zealots who seek to destroy the Institute and all of their technology instead of taking control of the Institute and its highly advanced tech. Remember, if the Brotherhood really hates the synths and wants them to stop existing, then all they need to do, once in control of the facility, is to shut down production of the synths. Maybe repurpose the tech for some other means. But no, there's a ton of valuable information and technology, and they completely disregard it because synth's bad. Additionally, the Brotherhood now hates all mutants regardless of context. They outright want you to murder Virgil simply because he's a super mutant, and not because he's any kind of danger to anyone. They literally want to go out of their way to commit mass genocide of an entire race for entirely backwards reasoning.
So this is a really interesting place for the Brotherhoods. Not engaged in debate as to whether they should be closed off or open to the world, the same debate we've already seen happen in Fallout 1 and 3 and New Vegas, but at a point in their history where they're aggressively pursuing their mission to capture or destroy dangerous technology, and willing to mobilise their forces and occupy territory to get it done. The Brotherhood on Crusade is a great setup for a story because they could be brilliant or terrifying, depending on how they wield their power, or perhaps whether you're willing to collaborate with them, because they're not actively oppressing you, and instead are actually making your life a little bit easier. The question is, are you willing to completely overlook the clearly stated wishes of every single local who do not like or trust the Brotherhood one little bit?
How many of the locals comment on this to the point it's a big deal? If you're not with the Brotherhood, there's no quests from the locals surrounding them being here. Most NPC chatter seems to be the bare minimum of acknowledging that the Brotherhood exists. Like, you're going on and on about how the Brotherhood is such an oppressive force, but they fail to make such a presence in the world. For example, after the Battle of Bunker Hill, they should occupy the town as a strategic location. The locals and traders hate them, maybe even have it so they're shaking down the caravans, making them pay a toll for traveling in territory under Brotherhood control, like a protection racket. Have them set up an outpost in Diamond City. Maybe have them take over the All Faiths Chapel so they could keep an eye on the locals, extorting local businesses and so forth. Maybe they depose Hancock from Goodneighbor. You met him during your first trip to the town, now he's forced out by the Brotherhood. Maybe they're killing locals who try to fight back and resist their occupation. All of this would go a long way to show how undesirable the Brotherhood is for the locals, and how the Brotherhood themselves have become so accustomed to their power that they just trample over everyone without a care. What we actually get is the Brotherhood sometimes kills monsters in the world, and if you talk to one particular NPC while siding with the Brotherhood, he'll ask you to shake down some random farms. Literally a Radiant quest in a sea of Radiant quests. This Radiant quest doesn't even really do anything either, besides a permanent -50 penalty to happiness if you coerce them into supplying food. What John is failing to mention here, and I have to take this as intentional because it's impossible to miss, is that you can just buy the crops from them as well, which would be beneficial to the people of the wasteland. John is once again taking something and stretching it to the furthest possible degree to make it look deeper than it actually is. Additionally, there's the implication that this is something Proctor Teagan is doing on his own and isn't officially sanctioned.
Now all of that was just one example of a storytelling device that Fallout 4 uses a lot, and that's narrative through mechanics and gameplay. In brief, this means that even if you were to ignore the words coming out of every character's mouth, the gameplay will still impart a piece of the story to you. Now you've probably heard of the opposite of this, where the story and gameplay are at odds. Like say, you're told you're on a top secret mission, but then the alarms go off and there's a massive firefight, but it doesn't seem to matter. We call this ludonarrative dissonance. Fallout 4 features the opposite of this, ludonarrative harmony.
I think it goes to show how far you need to stretch to try to pull any positives out of this game when you're at the point of inventing phrases like ludonarrative harmony. However, you yourself admitted that this game has some extreme ludonarrative dissonance when you said earlier that collecting junk caused people to not care about finding their kidnapped child.
If anything, the loot might have been a bit too compelling. Remember just after Fallout 4 launched, there was a whole bunch of webcomics that made the joke players were too busy crafting to bother finding Sean. That's a symptom of a core gameplay loop so strong that it's hard to break away from it to focus on the wider macro goal, though don't worry, we'll get back to the issues of your mission to find Sean later.
Here's the thing, you won't hear the phrase ludonarrative harmony very often because it's a pretentious phrase invented for the sake of saying that a game is doing what it should be by default. It's like praising a meal for not giving you food poisoning. It's like inventing a term to say a computer program is running perfectly fine. We don't need a specific phrase for that, because that should be the default, and we have terms like bugs or glitches or errors to describe when something isn't working right. The word plot hole exists to describe when something happens in a story that makes no logical sense given the context of the world we're shown. We don't need a dumb phrase like plot smooth to describe when a story properly accounts for why things are happening. It's a plot smooth that Bilbo gives Frodo a mithril vest, which explains how he survives being stabbed by the cave troll. Ludonarrative dissonance exists to explicitly describe a problem with a game where the goal of the game is telling you one thing and the gameplay is contradicting that. The most relevant example being Fallout 4 itself here. The story tells you that finding Sean is your absolute utmost top priority. Nothing could get in the way of a parent and their child, except maybe collecting tin cans for 500 hours, helping settlements, dealing with a retcon, and finding a cat for a child. This is something Bethesda has had trouble with since Oblivion, where the main stories of Oblivion, Fallout 3, Skyrim, and Fallout 4 are all about these super urgent goals that are portrayed to be time-sensitive, and yet, you're encouraged to explore the world and do random shit. Morrowind and New Vegas were the best in this regard. There was no ticking clock element. Morrowind would even stop you on the main quest to tell you to go do some other shit for a while, and in New Vegas, it's perfectly reasonable to not want to go chase after the man who almost murdered you. You weren't a chosen hero that the world depended on to immediately solve a crisis, and you weren't someone who was desperately missing a close family member.
Where an impressive amount of thought has been put into crafting faction missions that inherently suit and inform you about the relevant faction. So let's examine that supposition. The first quest given by the Brotherhood after they arrive in full is Show No Mercy, where you get in a vertibird, circle a group of mutants, gunning them down with a minigun before landing and wiping out the remaining mutants inside. The mission is only complete when everything is dead. So, if you'd paid no attention to the plot up to this point, and had never played a Fallout game before, and knew nothing about the Brotherhood, what would you learn from this mission just from the gameplay? 1. The Brotherhood has access to superior technology. 2. They deal with their problems violently. 3. They are uncompromising and will, as the mission says, show no mercy. And there you go. What I was saying before about how terrifying a Brotherhood crusade could theoretically be, that's it, right there. The basics of what you need to know about the Brotherhood to understand the faction embedded in a single mission's gameplay.
So again, creating quests and missions for a faction that align with what they're based around, or the narrative they're a part of, only makes sense. This is the most absolute basic bare minimum that the developer should do when making a game. If I was making a Mage's Guild quest in Morrowind or Oblivion, it wouldn't be to go kill a bandit with a warhammer, I would make it based around magic somehow. As for what you'd learn if you weren't paying attention, knowing they have superior technology is the default. You knew they had superior technology the moment they flew in on their fuck-off sky fortress. Dealing with problems violently is how most quests and conflicts are solved in this game as a whole. This is far from unique to the Brotherhood, and doesn't serve to reinforce that it's something specific for them. Also, they didn't even have a choice here. There was exactly a 0% chance to have any kind of peaceful solution or any kind of negotiations with the super mutants. They want to kill anything and everything because that's what Bethesda apparently decided was the most interesting direction to take them. You can't say that this proves to an inattentive player that the Brotherhood solves things violently when there's literally no other option. The super mutants don't even attempt to surrender or anything of the sort. If they started fleeing in terror, or tried surrendering, and were still mercilessly gunned down, this would have shown a lot more about the Brotherhood than fighting an enemy that's always hostile regardless. As for your third point, in what way could they possibly be compromising here? What compromises are there to make? What mercy is there to give? The super mutants don't surrender and don't beg for mercy. They fight to the death. Most notably, this mission does not even emphasize the core value of the Brotherhood, the preservation and protection of pre-war technology. That is literally the most important point about them.
And just quickly, while we're on the Brotherhood, can I just say I love the new design of the power armor, how it's not just a suit, but instead acts like a vehicle, an entirely different type of armor that feels like a walking tank. which it should, because that's why the US Army built it in the first place. Now, there are some gameplay issues with how it works, we'll get to them, but just design-wise, it's beautiful, and I love how big it is now. It makes the knights feel appropriately intimidating.
I actually agree with this part. It's something I'll go more into depth in my Fallout 4 analysis series, but if there is one thing that Bethesda absolutely deserves praise for, it's how power armor generally works and feels in this game. Minus the fusion cores, of course, which are stupid and lore-breaking.
But let's step back and examine a different faction, to see if this holds true elsewhere. The first mission the Railroad gives you is Tradecraft, and it is hugely different to Show No Mercy, which it should be. The Brotherhood are a huge advanced army, while the Railroad is made up of a small number of elite agents. They rely on secrecy, tactics, and intelligence. So, how does their mission go? You begin by exchanging call signs with a second agent and specifying how you'd like him to help you. You have a choice of approaches, as the other agent is both a capable sniper and an explosives expert. You then proceed to sneak into the facility through a sewer. During the mission, you can use several terminals to disable security. Your goal is to infiltrate a safe and acquire a piece of technology. In short, hugely different. And what would we learn if we ignored every word that's written or spoken? This is a group of agents. They use stealth, equipment, and other sneaky tactics to outsmart their opponents. And there we go. That's a good summary of how the Railroad really does operate.
It's really too bad that any level of intelligence that the Railroad had was already undercut by their password to their top secret base being the name of their faction, when this is a group that supposedly faces complete extermination at the slightest of fuck-ups. Also, just to hammer on this point again, a faction engaging in gameplay that matches their place in the narrative is the bare minimum of how a game should be made. It's honestly hilarious that Fallout 4 is so absurdly bad that in order to defend it, John has to highlight the game doing a few extremely basic things somewhat right as big positives for the game. This quest makes a big deal of call signs and such, which do exist in the world, but this is the only quest that actually deals with them in any meaningful way. There's no hidden quests that can be found using them, and they're not important to any future quest. The game went out of its way to teach you these signs, only for them to act as a little more than set dressing. Also, the piece of technology you recover isn't ever used for anything. The Railroad sends you on a suicide mission to their former HQ, which is now a death trap full of their enemies, all to retrieve an item that serves no other function than being the objective of this quest. To further highlight the stupidity of the Railroad, let's not forget that when you're sent to wipe them out by the Institute, their leader will say that they heard rumors that you're working with the Institute, and she doesn't want to deal with you anymore, but takes absolutely no measures to prevent her faction from being wiped out, including abandoning this base that has been compromised by a potential Institute agent, the player, knowing about it. I explained this in my Fallout 4 analysis video, but basically because the entire leadership of the Railroad are in this one location, it makes it incredibly easy to completely exterminate them, when the smart thing to do would have been to have the leaders in different safe houses, so if one falls, the entire faction doesn't die as a result.
What about the Minutemen? What does Preston tell you to do? Crucially, nothing. He doesn't want you to do anything. Instead, he wants you to go to small farms and ask them what needs doing, which most of the time will be dealing with a small local problem, a nearby pest or raider. Do that for them, and their farm becomes allied, and you can start building there, because the Minutemen are a faction of town builders, dedicated to building a loose alliance of independent holdings. So what do their missions look like? They look like solving the local issues of a town so they can stay independent.
Preston wants you to help another settlement. John is talking like these are deep quests, when they're nothing more than an infinitely generating cycle of the most low-effort garbage quests I've ever seen in a game. Literally, most of these quests have you doing nothing more than killing a bunch of generic enemies for generic settlers, or rescuing generic settlers from generic enemies. Even when Bethesda takes a risk and makes an actual quest here, such as the one at Abernathy Farms or the greenhouse full of robots, you're still doing mundane tasks and dealing with generic enemies. The Minutemen could have been all about capturing strategic or valuable locations, but instead, they have no personality and became known as a fucking joke to the entire fandom because Preston harasses you constantly with his bullshit Radiant quests. I didn't even expect John to try and defend Radiant quests, but here we are, I guess. Also, these NPCs at these settlement locations are all nameless randos. Literally. They're little more than cardboard cutouts that exist to be quest givers or victims of the baddies and little more. And on top of that, John says you're solving local problems, but he fails to mention that local problem can also mean a dungeon on the other side of the map. The first quest you get from Preston will likely be to go to Ten Pines Bluff, and the settlers there will send you to the Corvega factory, which is halfway across the map.
So just take all three of those missions side by side and look how different they are in execution. There is literally no room for stealth in Show No Mercy. You are literally flying around firing a minigun. It is about overwhelming firepower. Tradecraft is about stealth, terminals, being sneaky, and the Minutemen quests are about accessing a new town that you can build in, setting it up with appropriate resources and defences so it stays safe going forward. They all feel completely different, and that feel holds true for the rest of the campaign. The Brotherhood missions are largely violent. The Sentinel site is filled with ghouls that you just have to mow down. The railroad must be wiped out to the last man. Spoils of War, Ad Victoriam, they all have a similar thrust. Direct confrontation, lots of unavoidable violence. So what about the Railroad say? During their campaign, how do they deal with the Brotherhood? Well, as sneaky secret agents, they can do it without a single shot being fired. In Rocket's Red Glare, you can use disguises, stealth and charisma to infiltrate the Pridwin, plant the bombs and bring it down without a shot being fired. It is perfect ludonarrative harmony.
Yet another dishonest framing of the situation once again, with just about everything he said here. Yes, the Brotherhood have mostly violent quests, but so does the rest of the game. It's hard for that to not feel like the case, because most quests are solved by shooting things until they stop moving. This applies to the Minutemen's quests too. They're often about going out and killing raiders or super mutants, or whatever enemy type is harassing a settlement. The Minutemen do have you constantly recruiting new settlements, but that's nothing more than a function of the settlement system. As for the Railroad, John specifically highlights taking down the Brotherhood, but he fails to mention that they largely don't have a quest line in the main story. Most of their side of things is just doing the Institute path, which could be argued to be acting like a spy, but most of their other quests have you gunning down enemies as mercilessly as the Brotherhood would, because again, the entire game is built primarily around combat. Spoils of War exists in the Institute questline, and by extension the Railroad, and both quests are dealt with in the exact same way, killing your way towards your goal. Ad Victoriam is just a repeat of following Liberty Prime's death march in Fallout 3, as he murderizes everything in sight, and you don't really have to do anything.
And as for the Minutemen, how do they deal with the Brotherhood? Well, having recruited a whole bunch of towns, they fire artillery from all their farms at the same time, bringing down the Pridwin, and even better, they then have to survive a counterattack on their main base, the castle. But the castle, of course, is a build site, meaning literally the final boss of the Minutemen run is, in part, a test of your building abilities. The better the defences you constructed, the easier the fight is, which is, again, for a faction all about building and towns, incredibly elegant ludonarrative harmony.
I think ludonarrative harmony might actually be the single most pretentious phrase I've ever heard. Just to reiterate here, John is going to extreme lengths to praise the game for doing the most absolute basic things it should be doing. Having gameplay that makes sense with the narrative of the faction. And as explained earlier, they don't even get that right most of the time. Also, the Minutemen destroying the Brotherhood is entirely optional, so it's only a final boss fight if you choose it to be.
And all of this is without pointing out that each faction gives you unique rewards that again fit the faction perfectly. The Minutemen let you build artillery that you can call down nearby to every town you secure. The more you recruit into the Minutemen, the more of the Commonwealth you can hit with the artillery, rewarding you for building the Minutemen Alliance and building up the towns you recruit.
In my experience, artillery wasn't worth the hassle. Oftentimes I was out of range, or it was too much effort to switch to a smoke grenade, all for an attack that's delayed and might result in enemies moving away from where the shells were coming down.
While the railroad gives you access to ballistic weave, some of the strongest armour in the game, which can be applied to everyday apparel, so you look casual, but actually you're extremely well protected. Again, perfect for the secret agents of the railroads. And this sort of thinking just permeates Fallout 4. It's everywhere.
A faction gives rewards that make sense for what the faction does. The Telvanni and Morrowind giving you enchanted items and teaching you magic spells is a ludonarrative harmony. The Thieves Guild and Dark Brotherhood giving you armor enchanted to help you sneak better is a ludonarrative harmony. You see how fucking pretentious and worthless this phrase is? You see how John is unironically praising the ever-living fuck out of basic functions as though they're groundbreaking, revolutionary, and actually a huge fucking deal when they're not? This is just getting embarrassing to listen to. After all that, John talks a bit about skill books and goes into a quickfire round, and I don't have much to say up until this point.
5. Radiation now directly reduces your health bar. That's a brilliant system and makes radiation feel much more real and dangerous than the abstract systems of 3 and New Vegas.
So I think it's important to mention here that radiation was handled in an abstract way before because radiation is a silent killer. It's a background lingering threat you might forget about, and it could cost you. It's not supposed to be in your face all the time. Radiation acting as a direct subtraction to your health bar makes it an ever-present threat, which defeats the point of radiation being a silent but deadly threat. There's not much else to discuss here. He essentially ends on a joke in a lead into the second part of his video, in which he implies that there are issues with Fallout 4. As I said way back at the start of this video, the second part is actually pretty decent. There's many accurate criticisms of the game, but naturally with a video so short, he doesn't go super in depth with most of them. I do especially like the point he makes about how dumb it is how the Institute handled the Warwick family farm. Again, I just kinda wish he went deeper on the issues of this game, because Fallout 4's issues run extremely deep. He concludes part 2 by reaffirming that Fallout 4 is better than you think. But much like his Fallout 3 video, the act of looking deeper at the game to respond to him has caused me to realize that it's worse than I ever thought, and it's brought to light new issues I hadn't even realized or considered before. Ultimately, a few positives here and there don't make up for the massive amount of issues this game has overall, especially when it comes to the story. If I have a shitty car that's falling apart, barely starts, is slow, and just all around terrible in most ways, but the radio works perfectly fine, sure, it's not totally worthless, but the overwhelming majority of it is absolutely garbage. Fallout 4 is without a doubt the most poorly written mainline Fallout game. There's so many references for this that it would be too much to put into this video, which is why I have a whole video series talking about it that currently spans at over 7 hours. With John's Fallout 3 video, I mostly took issue with the misinformation, fallacious arguments, and especially the false equivalence arguments he made. But with this video, it started off in a similar manner. But the more I worked on this response, the more and more I took issue with his general attitude. Mainly the points in his video, where it seems like he's intentionally misunderstanding the criticisms of this game and talking down to the critics of this game as if they're all stupid.
Any more than you can call it a building game, given it also contains an entirely optional building mode. In fact, it almost sounds like, and stop me if I'm being crazy here, that these are all things you could choose to do, in a world where you have the freedom to do or not do any of them. Seriously, I've seen this one being thrown around a lot, so apparently we need to discuss a bit of gaming history here, because I think the term looter shooter gets some folks a bit upset, possibly because it has shooter in it, so that means it's further down the RPG to FPS spectrum, and thus represents a dumbing down of Fallout. Fallout 4 gives you a lot of options for how you want to specialise. I mean, this is what we've always said we want from RPGs, right? Difficult choices that lead to meaningful consequences.
And especially the parts where he's playing the victim, where he's overplaying the kind of reaction he's going to get for saying certain things.
But of course there's another side to the discussion about weapons too, and prepare yourselves, because I'm about to say a controversial thing. I love the legendary system. I think it adds so much to the game in so many ways. Now, I can hear the angry hordes approaching already, and I know what they're about to say just before the pitchforking begins. John, they'll cry as they light the bonfire. Regardless of how well the system you're describing may or may not work, that doesn't change the fact that these mechanics are fundamentally those of a looter shooter, and not an RPG.
It feels less like he's trying to convince anyone of any arguments or points, and more like he's pandering to a group of people who are never going to disagree with him anyways, and trying to bait an angry response from those critical of this game, and it comes across as really petty and disingenuous. As I said earlier, if you have an argument to make in defense or as a criticism of something, then you should present it as best as you can. The goal is to convince people of your side. If you litter your statement and arguments with comments like,
"Checkmate, burn the witch,"
or,
"Okay, while you're all putting together a bigger bonfire, because now the first one isn't anywhere near hot enough,"
or,
and I'm going to say something now that makes me wonder whether I actually enjoy the pitchforking, but it's something that needs to be said,
then it's only going to frustrate the very people you're trying to convince, because it's really fucking condescending to act as though the people who dislike and criticize this game are nothing more than a mindless and idiotic angry mob who will just torch anyone for disagreeing with them. By acting like this, you're only going to predispose these people against you, and the merits of your argument won't matter to many of them. An argument for or against something should live and die on its merits and validity, and the more rational people should judge them as such. But when you start acting like you're going to be attacked and repeatedly bring it up like this, it makes me think that you don't think your argument is strong enough to stand on its own, that you need to act as though this game's critics, or your detractors, are all irrational haters with no valid counterpoints, and you need to poison the well so others will think so as well. While there will always be the kinds of people on both sides of this discussion who will never change their positions on this game, love it or hate it, there will still be the more rational people open to discussion and who may be convinced one way or the other. I think what really highlights it for me is this tweet he made shortly after releasing the first video. "I am thrilled to announce that the plan has worked perfectly, and my power plant that converts the expression, 'not an RPG', into electricity has just solved the world energy crisis for the foreseeable future." He's not just dismissing the opposing viewpoint here, but he's openly mocking them. It's very much the same attitude he held throughout this video, where he throws thinly veiled insults at critics of this game in a condescending tone of voice, such as when he implies people are so stupid as to think Fallout 4 is less of an RPG because the phrase looter shooter has shooter in it, when it's a far more complex discussion than that. It comes across as really childish and petty, and it gives the very distinct impression that he has no interest in the discussion. A mistake I made with my response to his Fallout 3 video was the hostile attitude and insults I made, and that made it easy to write off and ignore as a result. And when I see comments like this in his video, seemingly made to provoke an angry response from critics of this game, it almost seems like a defense mechanism. It's as if he specifically wants an angry reaction, so criticism of his video can just be ignored. Maybe that's not the case, but that's how it comes across when I listen to his video. All of that combined, with everything else discussed in this video, his disingenuous and fallacious arguments, numerous misrepresentations of the facts, stretching to absurd degrees in order to defend this game, I feel safe to conclude that his video is terrible, and that Fallout 4 isn't better than you think.